on the show tonight. Welcome all. Welcome. Yeah, man, we got a lot going on. Cotton Boo in the building, C-Mac in the building, D-Shuck, Deuce, Dre Too Much. You know what I'm saying? Clip Bomb in the building, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Hit that share button, hit that like button, man. Let's run it up, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, everybody on social sites, man. Hit that like button, share button, man. We got a lot to talk about, man. We got uh Carmelo Anthony out of Texas and Austin Metcalf in a situation that led to somebody being stabbed to death. I'm hearing all kind of situations, but one thing for sure, the media is definitely making this a race issue when I don't think it's that deep. But since they make it that deep, you got to give it to them how they give it to you. Uh, we got Big U, no jumper news, Brick Baby, loose cannon, you know, and so much more. We got Terror Talk, Young Scooter, balloon release, you know, and some more of it.
What about the white man? What about the white man that killed the black woman and they only giving him manslaughter?
Exactly. What about that? Then you got to think about. You remember that white dude choked that black boy out on the train at the train station.
Yep.
You know, remember the white boy choked the dude out at the train station, carrying me for the win.
Yeah,
You
in
see.
New York. In New York, and he walked away.
Mm-hmm. They thought he was a hero. They thought he was a hero for choking out a damn dope fiend dancer.
No, the bottom line was that man was homeless.
Yeah, that dude was a damn a railway cart dancer. He go from train station to train station dancing on the damn carts, you know, trying to make change to feed himself, you know, and things like that.
Man.
You know, these times is different, man. It's a whole different time, whole different era. You know what I'm saying? You know, we definitely got to come together a lot more because this shit getting more divided as we look. It's easy to be like, you know, Trump this, Trump that, when it ain't Trump shit. It's the stupid motherfuckers that was already here. It ain't no like this shit really begin. It should just get absurd at times, man. Like these motherfuckers just came out or something like that. These motherfuckers been here. These racist motherfuckers been here.
Oh, so are you talking about when they're protesting Baltimore, Washington? You talking about they protesting against Trump and Elon Musk?
Well, it's not necessarily that. It's just more like this. Okay, let's say you, for example, let's say you run for president, and okay, you got good intentions. Like you see what's going on. You done been out here. You got kids, everything. You done seen all kind of ways the system works. So you trying to fix it. And in the midst of that, you know, all kind of people start to follow you, racist people, or you know, that type of crowd, or just people who just confused. And so in the midst of that, they people start blaming you for your following. You know what I'm saying? People be blaming you for your following. And that shit just wrong. You know what I'm saying? We got a situation right now, a 16, 17-year-old get into an altercation. The white kid tell the black kid to get up out of the seat. They get to fighting, all this old shit. The black boy stabbed the white kid. Now they trying to make like this black dude just going around stabbing people like he just some, you know, like he the worst of the worst. And it's just not true.
The white kid should have stayed in his place and
Like
mind
you should
his
have
fucking
seen this
business.
place. As simple as that. That's why you supposed to go tell the teacher, go tell the officer, all that kind of shit. You supposed to go to
Man,
authorities or
fuck all
something.
that.
Well, I'm just saying, if somebody in your seat and they not trying to move,
Damn,
And you
nigga, put that shit on mute. What the fuck you over there eating?
motherfucker up there, he got he up there with
Look,
that get out.
hungry ass.
He got that get out glad. Got that get out glad. Keep tapping that motherfucker.
Nigga, hungry ass.
Yeah, hey, what he got? He got some vanilla bean ice cream over there.
Sound like that nigga eat some cereal.
And they got some damn ice cream and chocolate toppings.
I got Chinese food, motherfuckers.
Yeah, when you smacking and shit, we over here politicking.
Yeah, hey, look, when he start barking, we gonna know it's real. That motherfucker start meowing or barking, we know what time it is.
Hey, I'm gonna just say this though. Shit started at the home. Like I was talking to somebody today, and he's a school teacher. A 1-year-old kid. Yeah. No, not one. Was it one? Oh, first grade. How old are you in the first grade?
5?
Yeah, something like that. 5, 6, something like that. Mm.
Yeah. He said his one kid was picking on this kid. They were bullying this kid. The little girl. The little girl. So he got friends, little girls that he played with. He gives them some razor blades. The razor blade that goes inside of a box cutter.
Can you stop eating for a couple seconds?
Yeah. he he what city you in, girl? That's what I want to know.
Trying to share, nigga.
No, no. So anyway, um, it's little girls have the razor blades. And they finna cut the boy. This in the first grade. That's deep, partner.
Do
I
we
mean,
have any video footage?
yeah, we need some.
No, this some real shit that somebody was telling me.
Yeah,
Or it
I'm
should
gonna
have
tell
went
you,
viral?
you never know. You never know what anybody will do, a child included, until they push that limit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know about no 5 or 6 year old, but I mean, definitely that too. Like, 'cause that's the most like undeveloped brain right there, but in development process around that time. So if they see a bunch of people getting mad or don't know how to handle their anger, yeah, they might get mad enough to goddamn pop that damn that knife drawer
Well,
open.
the way man, hand them some razor blades. If
Yep.
they if they haven't got them little girls, that little boy's gonna get sliced up.
What is some razor blade? Whatever I'm saying. Queen Sun Kiss salute. What you hold on. You saying a first grader gave another first grader some razor blades to go cut a motherfucker? That's what you telling
I
me?
don't believe that.
Yes.
Oh, first grader.
Right,
That's
even
crazy.
my daughter.
Now you know that ain't true.
My
Nah.
daughter just said that and she in third
No, no,
grade,
no,
bro.
no, 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 no. No, it's very true because I talked to the teacher today that got the razor blade from the girl.
No, what if they found it on the ground outside, or when the teachers gave it to them,
Mm.
No, it's either
or one of the teachers had it and lied on them, and they gave the razor.
And they found it. Yeah, when the teachers had it, they found it. Yeah.
Mm.
You don't know.
either no
You
either
don't know what's
either the
happening.
boy father deal with either the boy
Hand me the
father
hand me the
deal with like construction or something, had a box of a
You
razor
know.
blade or something. Hey, I'm not gonna debate with no kid for real.
Hey, I'm 9 years old.
It took you that long to catch that. Yeah, hey, look, I'm gonna tell you this, right?
hand me the
Get
When
your teeth
you
right.
when they they I
No,
wouldn't be
hey,
surprised.
who is that? Elon Musk's kid cousin or what?
Get the talk to me. Talk to me. Teeth not quick. You left the stairs. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I said, at this day and age, you just never know how how outrageous things can be, because it's so many visions out there for a child to see. They could have easily seen that in a movie, a cartoon or something. You know what I'm saying? Thought about it, but the fact that it ain't that they had to raise it, it's more of that one got the razor to give to another one. That's kind of mind blowing. But I don't put that past nothing right now. At this day and time, man, it's a lot of wild shit happening, man.
I'm scared.
Well, I don't believe it till I see it.
Well, a lot of problem with adults is they let their kids intervene with certain stuff on TV or expose them to certain things. I mean, you can be a product of a kid can be a product of you. Like I was gonna beat this cholo up because he was big, tall like me. I looked down his little boy, 5 years old, with the Peloton on, with the big pants on, and I'm like, man, what are you doing? Oh, he with me. You ain't got nothing to say. I got a lot to say, motherfucker. I say, let that kid have a choice. Don't force your bullshit on him.
You said first grade. Where did this happen at? First grade kid passes night.
No, where that happened, where I'm talking about, that was in San Bernardino.
What happened now?
What's like, we off the razor blades. I'm telling you another situation.
No, we gotta finish talking about how the black
Yeah.
boy stabbed up the white boy, because the shit you sound is unbelievable. Did you say?
Well, let me say this. I don't make up nothing.
Well, you ain't got no receipts either.
But I know who.
Why don't you put your kid to bed before he wind up in the penitentiary somewhere?
But I know who though.
Just because you was at the penitentiary, don't rub your bad energy out on other people.
That's
My
right.
daughter's an honor roll student, straight A's, ain't never been
Well,
suspended.
mine is a Christian straight A's, and believe you me, she knew better to get in grown folks conversation.
Well, this is the new generation, and kids should be able
And you
to
know what? And you know
express
what?
themselves.
And you know
This
what?
ain't back in the
And you
slavery
know what?
days, my nigga.
And you know what? And you know what? That's the problem. The new
No,
age.
that ain't the problem.
It's no. Let me
Cause
say.
a lot of these new age people got more money than you old motherfuckers. How about that, old motherfucker?
Right.
Why you up here eating cats and dogs on here? Shut your ass up.
Who is this low class bitch? Chef?
Eating cats and dogs, talking about some Chinese food. We don't even eat that shit. Fuck is you talking about? And I'll be a bitch, but I'm a paid bitch, ho.
Right. Yeah, believe my mama. Believe in God. Don't play with my mama.
Where this bitch at, champ?
At your daddy house, ho.
I bet your mama.
At your daddy house, pimping your daddy for his SSI check.
All right,
Fuck you thought this was.
let's go to Fox 4 Dallas Fort Worth Frisco track meet
Oh my
stabbing. What
God.
we know about Austin Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony.
No.
With him, his family says he died in his brother's arms. Fox 4's Amelia Jones spoke.
Okay.
The Frisco Memorial High School community gathered tonight in grief after the stabbing death of a teenager at a track meet.
Another teenager, a student at Frisco Centennial, is now charged with the murder. 17-year-old Austin Metcalf's twin brother was at the track with him. His family says he died in his brother's arms. Fox 4's Amelia Jones spoke with the victim's father and is live in Frisco tonight. Amelia.
Steve, Heather, 17-year-old Austin Metcalf had a bright future ahead of him. He was a leader on the football field and a scholar in the classroom. His dad told me he's holding on to memories and leaning deep on his faith as he tries to wrap his mind around this senseless tragedy.
He was going to turn out to be a great individual and impact this world with positivity.
17-year-old Austin Metcalf was voted MVP of the Frisco Memorial High School varsity football team. The linebacker held a near-perfect GPA and was in the National Honor Society.
He was on the right track. he was doing everything right. I was so proud.
Jeff Metcalf never imagined that his son's future would be cut short.
I'm still in shock.
Wednesday morning, Austin Metcalf was at a District 11 5A track meet at Kirkendall Stadium. Around 10 a.m., Frisco police say 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony stabbed Metcalf in the chest after some sort of fight. Jeff Metcalf says it was Austin's twin brother, Hunter Metcalf, who tried to save him.
And his brother was holding him, trying to hold the blood in, and he passed. My son watched his brother die in his arms.
It's unclear how Anthony got the knife into the meat or what exactly led up to the fight. Anthony is now facing first-degree murder charges, and Jeff Metcalf
It was the best weekend ever.
is only left with memories.
I was able to watch and be blessed so much. Having both my sons are amazing.
When Jeff Metcalf was diagnosed with cancer 9 years ago, his boys were his strength. Now cancer-free, it's his faith that's keeping him strong.
And when I kissed his forehead today, as his body was cold, I ran my fingers through his hair. I told him, it's not goodbye. It's see you later. I'll join you at some point too, son. You just beat me to this place.
Wednesday night, the family's church opened its doors for the community to gather for a prayer vigil to honor a young man whose life touched so many.
But I know he's with the Lord. And I take comfort and peace in that.
In our conversation, Jeff mentioned that he hopes his son's death brings changes to security so no other parent has to go through this. Memorial High School will honor Austin tomorrow during second period, and counselors will be available for any students or staff who need it.
This morning, Frisco Memorial High School honored the student who was stabbed to death at a track meet yesterday. Police say 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was killed by a Frisco ISD student. Metcalf's father hopes the incident leads to security changes. Alex.
Hi, Clarice. During second period today, all Frisco ISD schools took a moment to really acknowledge Austin Metcalf's life. I'm told also that district and campus counselors were on hand today to help students and staff process exactly what happened yesterday. Now, police still have not said how that knife got into the stadium. Meanwhile, Metcalf's mother and twin brother spoke on Fox News this afternoon.
I pushed my head up there, trying to make it stop, and I grabbed his head and I looked in his eyes. I just saw his soul leave, and it took my soul too.
I'm so sorry.
Hunter Metcalf described his twin brother Austin's final moments as he lay dying in his brother's arms. On Wednesday, Memorial High School junior Austin Metcalf was stabbed to death while attending a UIL District 11 5A track meet in Frisco, and many questions remain unanswered. Police say 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, who attends Centennial High School, stabbed Metcalf in the chest in the stands. Metcalf's father believes the fight started over a seating dispute.
I pray that, maybe there's changes made as far as security or things like that, and maybe we can learn from this and try to turn a tragedy into something positive to make sure it doesn't happen to anyone else's child. I don't want parents to feel like I feel today.
Shortly after the deadly encounter, a district spokesperson said that the stadium was immediately secured and students were released and sent back to their home campus on Frisco ISD buses.
Crime doesn't discriminate age, and that unfortunately victimization can happen at any time, at any moment, even when we think that we are safe.
Dr. Alex Del Carmen is a criminologist. Neither the district nor the Frisco Police Department have said what security measures were in place at the stadium on the day of the fatal stabbing. Del Carmen says no doubt the district and police will be looking closely at this.
And what likely will happen is, they're going to look into the suspect's background and find out whether or not there's been signs that perhaps were missed by the family, by the school, and by law enforcement. I think that what really this does invite is a bigger discussion, which is, how much are we willing to give up in terms of our freedoms, in terms of the things that we take for granted for the sake of protection.
And the track meet, of course, was suspended yesterday. Frisco ISD tells us that it has been rescheduled for next week, but did not release further details to us. Meanwhile, I can tell you that Anthony remains in jail on a $1 million bond charged with murder.
A teenager accused of stabbing another student athlete at a track meet told officers as he was being taken into custody that he did it in self-defense.
Austin Metcalf was killed this week at that Frisco track meet. New documents detail what happened before and after 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony allegedly pulled a knife from his backpack and stabbed him. Fox 4's Alex Boyer joining us now live with the latest. Alex.
Hey guys, and in that 7-page arrest warrant affidavit, several witnesses, including Metcalf's twin brother, describe how that deadly encounter went down. The suspect then reportedly admitted to a Frisco police officer who detained him that he had stabbed Metcalf.
My son is gone, and I don't really have words. I've tried to figure out what I was going to say, but he's just going to be so missed.
The pain is still raw for the Metcalf family after 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was killed on Wednesday morning at a UIL District 11-5A track meet in Frisco.
I think he was extremely smart, always in the box. He just came to him real easy and just him playing football as well just made him just a great person overall.
Here's what happened according to witnesses and the police report. Metcalf got into an argument with the suspect, 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, over a seating dispute in the bleachers. Metcalf told Anthony he needed to move from under the team's tent.
He always was one to step up and be the person that would do the right thing. And he was doing the right thing by saying to this gentleman that you're not supposed to be in this tent. This is because they have personal items there.
Anthony opened his bag and reached inside and said to Metcalf, "Touch me and see what happens." Metcalf reportedly grabbed Anthony and told him to move.
He knew he wasn't supposed to be there. He was just a tragedy what happened.
That's when Anthony pulled out a black knife and stabbed Metcalf in the chest once before running away. When Anthony was taken into custody by a Frisco police officer, Anthony reportedly confessed to the crime, saying, "He put his hands on me. I told him not to," adding that, "I was protecting myself," and then asked the police officer, "Is he going to be okay?" Metcalf died in his brother's arms.
I'm not at that point to forgive and forget, but eventually I will. But I pray for his family. I pray that they understand what we're going through as well.
This whole community has really wrapped their arms around us. And if I could say anything to the nation, I would say to make sure that you just hug your babies tight. Because you don't know when the last time you get to do it.
And in a statement released by the Metcalf family this afternoon, they say their focus is now on laying Austin to rest. Meanwhile, I can tell you that Anthony remains in the Collin County Jail with a $1 million bond. Back to you.
All right, Alex Boyer in Dallas tonight. Alex, thank you.
Okay. Well, Jeff.
Smoke Dog 420.
I don't want to hear all that crying from that white lady.
Oh yes, you can hear the racism already inside her. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it really ain't too much about racistness, but these white folks, these Europeans, is always in somebody else's business and somebody else's face. Then when they get smacked up, they want to be, oh, it was an angry black man and it was an angry black woman, all this weird ass shit. Stay out our business, then you won't have to deal with us. Like you said, he should have went to somebody else. Then you see how big the stadium was? I'm pretty sure it was more than just one seat.
Yeah, and the whole thing about that is, no matter how they chop it up, they trying to flip this shit. Like, let me tell you something. When this happened, it was so many bots. Like, it was so many like racial bots out there pumping this racial narrative of this black kid stabbing a white kid, but they not putting nothing with that. They just making this seem like some kind of like just some kind of racial motivated issue when it has nothing to do with this shit ain't got nothing to do with no rap music. This shit ain't got nothing to do with TV or none of that. This is clearly self-preservation at its finest. This ain't about, and this is the law. You can't just put your hands on people and thinking that, it's okay to do. You told him to you made it your business to tell somebody to move and get up out the seat. Then he pulls out a knife and tells you if you touch him, see what happened. You grab him and however that go, and he stab you. Like this ain't no, you know what I'm saying? This ain't no motherfucking this ain't no like, no Chinese arithmetics or none of that shit. Now, we would love to, we would have it would have been a better thing if he could have walked away or whatever. But man, I'm gonna tell you some real shit. That could have been any one of us. You know what I'm saying? Especially with a weapon. But the thing is that they're gonna say, well, how did it get there? How did this? How did that? Why did you have it on you? Who knows? For this reason right here. A white kid telling a black kid to move and all this old Rosa Parks shit. I mean, like this ain't even like the way they trying to twist it up in some type of race bait. When at the end of the day, the race bait is not what's happening. It's just not the case. Because if it's a race bait, we gonna have to. I mean, that's what's gonna play in the black kid favor more than anything. If we want to use a race bait, But it's a weird deal. Well, the dad actually had something to say. The dad actually was like, listen, hear what the dad said. Hear what the dad said. Check him out.
I just take me through, as far as the events of this morning. What happened? How did you get the call? How did you figure out what happened to your son?
Well, it started with a call from his football coach who was not at the track meet and said, I think Austin has been stabbed. And I said, where at? And he said, Kukendall Stadium. I said, I'm on my way. So I drove up there, went through a load of police officers, and was able to see my son on the gurney with a huge hole and blood all over him. And they were pumping him. He wasn't breathing, and his eyes were rolled back in his head. So I had to find his brother. They're twins. And so I found Hunter and tried to get him under control as best we could. And then I loaded him up in my car, and we drove to the hospital as quickly as possible. And we waited. And when the doctors came in and said that he didn't make it, it was tough. My son took it extremely hard. Mm-hmm. I'm still in shock, to be honest. I mean, I'm numb. So it really hasn't hit me. And I don't believe any parent should ever have to bury their child. And I pray that, maybe there's changes made as far as security or things like that. And maybe we can learn from this and try to turn a tragedy into something positive to make sure it doesn't happen to anyone else's child. I don't want parents to feel like I feel today. So I've already forgiven the person who stabbed him. God's going to take care of everything. God's taking care of my son. I kissed him. When I kissed him goodbye for the last time, I told him it's not goodbye, it's see you later. So I just have to trust in God and my faith to pull us through. I don't understand his plan. We're all subject to trial and tribulations. God didn't say life was going to be fair or wasn't going to be hard, but he said he'll always be beside you and never leave your side. So we're going to lean deep into our faith. There's a vigil tonight at our church at 7:00. I will be attending also. The outpouring of students and coaches and friends and family that showed up at the hospital immediately. It was just shows the way my son touched people's lives. He was voted team MVP of the football team this year. He carried a 4.0. He was on National Honor Society. He's ranked in the top 50 of the state in his position. He's having D1 colleges contact him. He had a great life ahead of him. and to be taken away, it's such a tragedy. I mean, I can't even tell you how I feel because I don't know how I feel. I feel numb at the moment. Yeah. I just hope that this doesn't happen to any other parent and their child. But I do hope for justice. I do hope for justice because this is unacceptable.
And the fact that, someone was immediately taken into custody, they know who did this, they are charging him with murder. I mean, how does that make you feel that police immediately got this person?
First of all, I feel sorry for that individual because he's now made a mistake that's going to cost him the rest of his life. The hard part that cost me is I lost my son, and his brother was holding him, trying to hold the blood in, and he passed. My son watched his brother die in his arms. I need a break. Oh. I'm so concerned about my son. They were twins, identical. They had each other's back. They had a bond.
Yeah, that only twins know.
Yeah. He's telling me, Dad, I can't make it. I can't make it without him. I said, we're going to have to, bro. We're going to have to. He would want us to be strong.
Can you tell me a little bit more about Austin, about, his personality?
Austin was a leader. He led the football team. He was voted team MVP by his players and coaches.
What was his position?
He played linebacker. Him and his brother both play linebacker. He played inside. His brother plays outside. We were so fortunate this past weekend that me, Hunter, and Austin, we grew up hunting together, and we had matter of fact, the ranch we own, the lease was not renewed, so we could never hunt there again. And we went there for the last weekend. And he said, Dad, I've never shot a pig before. I want to get a pig this weekend. I said, okay. Lord and behold, it's a heck of a story. But he shot his first pig this weekend. And we all talked, me, him, and Hunter both. We all talked about these are memories that you take forever. After I'm gone, you can tell your kids about, well, your grandfather and we were hunting and we stalked and it took 2 hours, but we got this. I got my first pig, and he was so excited. And I'm so fortunate to be able to spend that weekend, not knowing it was the last weekend I'll ever spend with him.
And he also was on the track and field team?
Also was, football was his pride and joy. Yeah. He was working on track to increase his speed. Matter of fact, he's already dropped this 40 times. He was telling me about how he's dropped it. He's going to drop it some more. And he was an amazing, dedicated athlete. And by the outpouring of his friends and family that showed up immediately at the hospital, goes to show how he impacted other people's lives.
And what did that mean to you to know that your son did that?
Well, for me, I was diagnosed with cancer 9 years ago, and I was not supposed to live. And God blessed me because he knew I needed to be a father for these 2 boys. My 2 boys is what my life lived. I lived my life for my children. That was my why to keep fighting. And I'm cancer free. So God had a plan for me. So I was able to watch and be blessed so much to having both my sons are amazing. My other son is just crushed. And I feel for him now, and he'll never be the same. None of us will. Grief, we all go through it, but the thing about grief is you don't get over it. You just learn to live with it. So, I don't have a choice other than
there was
Yeah, so as you guys just heard, salute everybody tapping in, Slaughter Gang, everybody salute, hit the like button, hit the share button, subscribe button. Right now we're on the Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf murder dispute, teenage, stabbed to death during scuffle. Anybody went to went to school, it was, different crowds of people. And like I said, man, this could have been anybody, man. You know, this could have been anybody. You know what I'm saying? High school, you still kind of undecided, but you know you're gonna defend yourself. You know you're gonna protect yourself. You might have a gun, you might have a knife, you might have a rock, you might have a bat. You know what I'm saying? Like anything's liable to happen at that age. First grade, I don't know. I don't I don't know about that. Anything's possible. I'm not like I can't, I can't dispute nothing. But I will say this: in high school, 17, all that in that type of age range, you want to defend yourself, but you might not know the proper procedures, on what to do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, younger than that, I think about me, my life. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that can happen to anybody. Like that's a serious, serious situation where somebody wants to stand up and be a team leader, but they're going about it the wrong way. Austin Metcalf should have never put his hands on Carmelo Anthony in no way, shape, form, or fashion. After asking to leave and he didn't leave, you get security. I remember the great LeBron James had a match, and it was two white kids, or two white people. I ain't gonna say kids because they were front row seat. So it was two or three white people making these. We hope you crash in the helicopter and all this stuff like Kobe and everything. They saying all kind of like just crazy, crazy, crazy undertones. Like just saying some of the most vilest things you can say to somebody. LeBron kindly goes to the referee, escorts the referee to these people, and they get the fuck out of there. It's just simple as that. There's ways you go about handling things, and Matt Cliff handled it the wrong way. Now, I don't know how. Hey, it's clearly self-defense, but the only thing I think might mess him up is that they was on school grounds. So that might throw off the weapon and put it on him. I guess the only thing I can see that's gonna interfere with that self-defense, because that's all it was self-defense. Bottom line, especially in the state of Texas. So Carmelo Anthony also had he had a 3.7 grade average. He played sports. I mean, he was just as talented. So it's not like it's a poor versus rich or anything of that nature. These two kids both had outstanding school grade reports. They both love guns. It's a lot of photos out there of. Let's go to it. It's a lot of photos out there of Carmelo Anthony holding a gun. They calling them all kind of names, but Max have hold guns too. So it's not a debate unless people want to make it one. Like I said, race bait is at all time. If you look at these photos I'm showing you, look at this page. Look how they show one with a gun. Look how they perpetrate this white kid. That shit is crazy. So it's like you a piece of shit for hating. At this point, Jason Wood, like you a piece of shit too. All y'all cooning motherfuckers really some real live pieces of shit. I don't give a fuck about none of that. These are the facts. All right, let's go to ABC 5. Let's hear what these attorneys got to say.
Next week, Wednesday.
My client said that it was self-defense. I don't have any reason to disbelieve that, but I needed to develop facts and talk to people and figure out what's going on before I make any statements about what I think happened. I don't have any reason to think it wasn't self-defense at this time.
Walpole will seek to lower Anthony's $1 million bond next week. Wednesday morning's deadly encounter at Kirkendall Stadium, witnessed by about 40 student athletes and a handful of coaches as detailed in arresting documents, sparked, witnesses said, when Memorial High School junior Austin Metcalf told Carmelo Anthony to move from underneath Memorial's pop-up tent that was being used during a downpour. Witnesses said Anthony, a Centennial High School student, immediately opened his bag, reached in, and told the victim, "Touch me and see what happens." When Metcalf pushed him, witnesses said Anthony pulled a black knife from the bag, stabbed Metcalf in the chest, and ran away. While no school resource officers were inside the stadium, one was nearby. City police also rushing in, covering the knife with a blue tarp. Caught nearby, Anthony reportedly admitted to officers, "I did it. He put his hands on me. I told him not to," before asking officers if it could be considered self-defense and if the injured teen was going to be okay. The victim lay dying in his twin brother's arms.
Like I said, the race narrative is crazy.
I know that my client said that it was self-defense.
The fact that they would even push that narrative. Like I said, the race narrative is crazy. Let's show y'all some situations earlier that happened last year before that, and things of that nature. We got 16-year-old Thomas Roystein was arrested and charged with fatally shooting 15-year-old Kay Lorenco Miller in an alleged armed robbery. They didn't flood the internet with that. Let's go to this photo right here. This is what they don't show. They don't show him with guns. They don't show him. They want you to see this, I guess, all-American photo under the guy with the gun, under the black kid with the gun, when in fact these kids both clearly enjoy holding guns. To make this a race issue and expect people not to see through it is crazy. I wouldn't even go in as hard as I'm going in if they wasn't flooding the internet with so much race bait content. This is so far from it, but they want to make it that. And since they want to make it that, we got to bring up Jim Crow, Rosa Parks, Martin Luther King, segregation. Charleston White, a real piece of shit for trying to coon for this shit right here. Real talk. Queen's son kid salute. Top of it. Right now we into this Carmelo Anthony, Austin Matt Cliff, Frisco, Texas situation. It's where a black kid went to it. Huh?
Okay, I was watching. The young boy
The what
stabbed
now?
the white boy. That's what I was watching. The little young boy stabbed the white boy.
Yeah, right. And yeah, it was a little muffled. I couldn't hear you, but yeah, that story right there, and I think people missing the fact that this wasn't like some kid on a mission to kill somebody. he was provoked. Not saying that he could have handled it differently, but at the end of the day, he was provoked. I think that the situation has been turned into a race war when it was just a matter of dispute between boys. You know what I'm saying? That was just bottom line.
Now,
Huh?
I mean, that's kind of crazy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Kitty the Frappuccino salute. Yeah, I hear you now. They they gave Carmelo Anthony $1 million bond, and they just been plastering his. They just been slandering this. They just been slandering him, not knowing the full facts all over social media.
I mean, it happened in Frisco, so Frisco is a predominantly white area, so of course. But was he a student at the school?
It happened. Say what not? Your I think your speaker's a little muffled. Let me see if I can just determine.
I said, was he a student at the school?
They were both students. I think maybe different schools. Um, I'm not really sure of that. What I do know is that he wasn't some vagabond, just going around trying to loot or anything like that. He had about a 3.8 GPA average. Um, he was he also played football. Like it was basically like a wide receiver going against a linebacker. That would have been the fight. So, however you want to size that up, could have been a good fight. Who knows? But clearly, when he showed him that knife, he was supposed to back off. Bottom line, as soon as he pulled that knife out and said, "Find out" and all this and that type of shit, that's when Austin was supposed to go to the authorities. Period. Especially him not having no knife. This ain't like they in prison. You had a track meet or whatever. You see somebody sitting in your space, you ask them to move, they don't move. You feel that you can handle this person, so you know, you push it to the limit. And like I said, I listen. Honestly, honestly, am not trying to make one better than the next, but I'm definitely not gonna make it seem like this was just like like it's just like flat out like black killing the white, all this old crazy shit. It just don't work like that. I mean, it's a lot to this. It's a lot to this. And what's crazy is that New York City, they just let a motherfucker go. This dude, what's his name? Daniel Penny choked the damn train cart dancer, the deaf. And they said nothing. They said he was a hero for getting on that New York train and choking that boy to death like that. So it's like what's really right and what's wrong here? You know what I'm saying? Like it's just not making sense. The more and more they speak on this, the more and more it sounds like pure self defense. Um, we're gonna go into Law and Crime Network. We're going to Law and Crime Network. Teen stabbed to death at high school track meet.
At the track, we asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother said there was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at the track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Also grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab.
Video from WFAA in Texas. Tragedy at a track meet. A teenage football life cut short. His family says he died in his twin brother's arms. The suspect, according to police, was a fellow high school athlete who allegedly brought a knife to a track meet and changed so many lives, allegedly, in the course of doing so. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. It is hard to make sense of this story, and just wait until I tell you what the suspect in this case reportedly has told police about an alleged murder that happened in the middle of the week at a high school track meet in the middle of the day in Texas. This is Austin Metcalf. His family says he died in his twin brother's arms after he was stabbed at this track meet in Frisco, Texas, near Dallas. He was 17 years old, and his future on the field and in life was so bright. He was a junior at Memorial High School. He played football there. His dad says last season he was team MVP, and he had a 4.0 GPA in the classroom. According to his X account, he was getting looks to play at the next level and by some big schools. Here he is at a recruiting event for the Arkansas Razorbacks. They play in the SEC. If you know college football, that is as big as it gets. He was a multi-sport athlete, and he was also on his high school's track team, which is who he was competing for on April 2nd at this stadium in his hometown of Frisco, about 40 minutes from Dallas. And if you've ever run track, you know these meets, there's a lot of downtime in between the events. Each team typically has its own spot to hang out, and Austin was reportedly under a tent with his teammates when rain started falling on Wednesday. KXAS TV in Dallas has the police report that states that the suspect, who goes to a different high school, was under Metcalf's team's tent, and he was told to move. Witnesses say the suspect then unzipped a bag. He reaches in and told Metcalf, quote, "Touch me and see what happens." That's when witnesses say Austin Metcalf got up and grabbed the suspect, who then allegedly took out a knife and stabbed Austin in the chest. Austin's twin brother told WFAA TV this.
And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Also grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I look at my brother, and then I'm not going to talk about the rest.
Metcalf's family says that Austin died in his brother's arms. Here's a picture of the boys with their dad. This is the suspect. His name is Carmelo Anthony. He is facing a charge of murder. He is being held on $1 million bond. Even though I'm using the term alleged in this story, because all defendants, all suspects are innocent until proven guilty, Anthony reportedly is not using that term. He told police, quote, "I'm not alleged, I did it." That is according to the arrest warrant obtained by KXAS TV. And according to the warrant, Anthony appears to think that he was in the right for allegedly killing Metcalf, claiming self-defense. We'll get into why his self-defense argument may not work in court in just a moment.
Carmelo Anthony, class of 2025, Centennial High School, Frisco, Texas.
Anthony was also a football player. This was him mic'd up for a tournament that was posted on YouTube, and he linked to it on his X account. Anthony's high school was just about 7 miles from where Metcalf went to high school. It appears up until Wednesday, August 2nd, Anthony had somewhat of a bright future as well, as social media shows that he was getting offers to play college football. At least his social media claimed that. Like these Division III schools in Texas and Louisiana, and this small school in Kansas. On Huddle, which is a social media site for football recruits, he wrote, quote, "God has shown you the right path, just take it." That was in his bio. Now he's facing the possibility of never being on a football field again, or frankly being a free person ever again, because he is charged with murder. We saw a user write to him on X saying, quote, "Ruined your whole future, dude." Now, if the allegations are true, if he's convicted, frankly, the only future that truly matters in this story is that of Austin Metcalf, a future that was ended, and the future of his family and how they heal after what happened at this track meet on Wednesday this week. Austin's dad has a GoFundMe page. It has raised nearly $200,000. At the time of this recording, the page includes pictures of Austin, his dad, and his twin brother from when they were young. His dad writes, quote, "He was a leader of men. His smile would light up the room. His passion for football was unbelievable." And it's hard not to get emotional looking at this picture of a dad and his sons just fishing, looking out at the water at a pond, and to think of everything that was taken away by an alleged decision this week. On that GoFundMe page, his dad finishes by saying, quote, "We will all remember him for the way he impacted others' lives. I love you forever, son. It's not goodbye. It's see you later. God will take care of us till we meet again. RIP. Love, Dad." Austin's last post on social media was on March 31st. He wrote on X, quote, "Faith that God got me and my work will pay off." Join us now to talk about this case. It certainly has a lot of people talking, is trial attorney Bridget Williams, who joins us from Dallas, Texas. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. I know that this has been headline news in your city since it happened earlier this week. At this point, what are some of the questions that you have based off the information that we've been able to get so far?
Well, one, thank you so much for having me. I would say some of the questions that are running through my mind is just like, what is it that caused such a dispute to happen in the first place? What is it that could have caused it to have led to this in the first place? And also, just I feel like there needs to be some type of just education for individuals for what is it that is self-defense? What is it that it really?
Yeah, so if you guys tuning in, we're speaking on the Austin Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony situation. Tragic situation indeed. The media is making this a racial motivated situation, when if that's the case, it's definitely the opposite of the scenario. But nevertheless, though, people are pouring out more to the white side of things because of the way social media is being flooded with these false narratives. And so here I am on this show bringing more balance to the case, because it's definitely unbalanced in who's guilty and who's not. Let's hear more about the situation. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network on the case.
Really means for self-defense, because in a situation like this escalated so quickly from one person thinking that he was defending himself, and in fact he wasn't.
Bridget, you bring up a good point, because I think it can be a very delicate part of these conversations and stories we cover to say that there was more than one life that was damaged in events like this, because there's nothing worse than what the Metcalf family went through. They will never see their son ever again. And then you look at this suspect, and you know, there's questions about why you would even bring a knife to a track meet or anything like that. But how do you how do you balance that? And maybe it isn't even balancing it. I struggle with it to say, the idea that Carmelo Anthony, he had college offers to go play football, and then this decision on this day, April 2nd, at a track meet over something that probably at the end of the day never mattered at all. He likely could spend the rest of his life behind bars, and his family, who might have thought that they had a future college football player in their house, now very well may end up for the majority of their lives having to go visit him in a prison.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Something like this that just evolved and snowballed, that's what it seems like to me, snowballed over something that may have just been some high school students getting into some type of disagreement. And so the issue is that once that disagreement begin to snowball, what is appropriate for self-defense? Whenever we're into just a oral disagreement, then that transfers over to a physical disagreement. How does it transfer then to a knife? And so, and under Texas law, you have to provide equal or lesser value, generally, so force, whenever we're talking about self-defense. Is it reasonable, and is it proportionate to that of what the perpetrator initiated before? Because in this situation, the suspect is saying he told the other person pretty much, don't touch me. And that person did, in fact, touch him, and then he pulled out a knife. So yes, maybe there was some issues there where we talked about physical altercations, but that doesn't give you the right or the responsibility to respond back with a knife. It has to be reasonable and proportionate.
How do, once you get to a trial portion, actually be able to figure that out? You'll have what he will say, and let's say if he goes with the self-defense argument when we get to that point, but then you're going to have witnesses lay out narrative. And how do you get to the point where you figure out, okay, this is what people are saying, what happened, and then this is the law, and you merge the two together to figure out what the appropriate punishment should be?
Yeah, I think that actually starts way before a trial setting. That was starting in the discovery aspect. So when we are looking through the discovery, and we'll be able to see what are the affidavits from each of the witnesses stating, what did the actual suspect himself state, because he made statements that were not where someone asked him any questions. He volunteered statements. And so all of that information is used even prior to trial. And so the state will be using that, all of those things combined in what we call totality of the circumstances, to offer him some type of offer punishment range. And so that is, I think it starts way before trial. It starts way before that. And the state will, again, make an offer based off of all of those issues combined.
In a lot of these cases where someone makes a self-defense argument, and I feel like I don't even understand when these cases come up from state to state, where you would think someone feels, hey, I feel threatened, I have this weapon on me. In this case, it was allegedly a knife. Some cases we see someone who has a firearm, and in that moment they make this decision and they say, hey, I was defending myself. And then the police will say that's actually not what self-defense actually is. How common in the situations that you've dealt with in your career is there just a complete lack of awareness from a suspect or a defendant about what actually is self-defense?
It happens more often than you think. Here in Texas now, most people are allowed to carry a gun or a firearm. So we all know that. However, when we do those things, we need to also be educating ourselves, especially students as well. And students, and I would say everyone, really needs to educate themselves on when it is appropriate for self-defense. So we have several cases I've seen in my career where someone may have brandished a firearm driving down the interstate, just showing someone else a firearm if someone may have cut them off on the interstate or something, and that is not allowed. Like, you cannot do that. You can be charged. And so I think just educating ourselves on what the law says self-defense is, in combination with getting a firearm if you're going to get one, that is really important, because you want to make sure that you are protecting yourself, and then that you are making sure that you're doing everything proper so you won't be charged in something going down the line.
Yeah, I look at this case, very different situation, but like Daniel Penny in New York, who was the man on a subway who claimed self-defense when there was someone having a mental health episode, and that person ends up losing their life. Of course, stand your ground laws in Florida are always a hot topic when a case comes up involving those. Why is it that it seems like from state to state, we have a difficult time across the board understanding what self-defense actually looks like?
It's difficult because every state has their own rules, right? So every state has a different set of self-defense rules. Just like you stated, in Florida, there's stand your ground laws. In Texas, we don't necessarily have that. So here in the state of Texas, again, self-defense has to be reasonable and it has to be appropriate for exactly what it is that the perpetrator or the other person initiated. And so the important thing to do is, if you're going to be in a state, to inform yourself about the laws of that particular state. Ignorance of the law is not a defense. It never is, it never will be. And so you have to make sure that you are informed in the best way possible, learning as much as possible as you can if you're going to be in a particular state. And so that way you'll know how to protect yourself.
This suspect, Carmelo Anthony, is being held on $1 million bond. He's been charged with murder. I'm sure you've had difficult conversations with people who have been charged with crimes they never thought that they would ever be charged with, people who are not career criminals. What are those conversations like?
Those conversations can sometimes be very difficult. We're having that conversation a lot of times with the actual client, so that could the defendant himself, but also their family, because this situation not only impacts just this one person, but it impacts their families and their lives for a very, very long time. So those conversations can be extremely difficult. This suspect being held on a $1 million bond is not uncommon. I think that is generally appropriate. In this specific city, Frisco, that is what we call Collin County, they are putting a bond in place because of the offense, right? So the nature of the offense, which is a murder case, is he a danger to himself and to others? In a situation like this, you presented a knife at a physical altercation, you're a danger to others, and you could very well be a danger to yourself. And so I don't foresee a judge going down much lower on the bond. More than likely, his attorney will have a bond hearing asking the court to reduce that bond down if his family cannot afford to post that bond for him. But that would be the next steps for a defense attorney, to try to set a bond hearing to try to get his bond reduced down. However, based on the nature of the offense and his danger, just status to community, to others, with something such of this magnitude, I don't foresee it going down much, much lower.
In cases when it comes to bond, because I know in some cases you might be able to get a bail bondsman, you only have to put down, I think in some states, like 10%. I mean, 10%. Realistically, what 10%, what would his family have to put forward if he was to be released on bond ahead of trial?
Yeah, and that's up to him and his family. So here in Texas, you can do what's called a bail bond or a surety bond, where they can get a bail bondsman to post the bond for them, where they would have to pay 10% along with some state fees. That's the norm. Some bail bondsmen charge a little more than that, but they have that as an option. Or they can pay a cash bond. The cash bond is where they would pay the full amount, but then they would get that full amount back once the case is resolved. When you pay the surety bond with a bail bondsman, you never get that money back. That is the money that you pay directly to them. And then the bail bondsman company is responsible, fully responsible. If you don't show back up to court, now they are fully responsible for the full amount of that bond to the court. So the cash bond is the other option, where they can pay the full amount directly to the court. The family will get that amount back at the end of the case.
In this suspect, Carmelo Anthony, 17 years old, so technically still a minor being charged as an adult. Why is it in so many cases when someone's close to being 18, even though they're still a juvenile, they are charged as an adult?
It just really just depends. Every case is just such a case by case basis. And then the court will, the juvenile courts can sometimes just petition to the district courts in order for, based off of the severity of the offense, for that to be tried in a district court or county court at law. This is a severity type of case. I don't see why it's not moving forward in the district court. This is where it needs to be.
What's the timeline if this is something that happened on April 2nd? So I think it was on Wednesday this week. What would, what's the timeline look like to when there eventually could be a trial?
It really just depends. So the cases such as this have no what we call statute of limitations. And so the police department has quite some time to build up their case. And then once they do that, they present it to the DA's office. The DA's office at the felony level then will present that case to a grand jury. The grand jury then decides if there has been enough probable cause and then moves forward to an actual prosecutor. That time frame could take months. It could technically take years before he actually has a trial date or a court date. So before we get to a trial date, before he gets to a court date. So that process could take months, years before we even get started on moving forward with this case.
And I think of Carmelo Anthony, this isn't someone who I've seen has a criminal record, not like a career criminal, someone who appeared to be, had a bright future, on the right track, captain of the football team, had college offers. How much will the court take that into consideration when eventually, if he's found guilty, and listen, he's charged with, there's no worse offense than taking the life of someone else, and Austin Metcalf's family, he's gone forever. So I'm not making light of that, but I do think of, this not being a career criminal and someone in the heat of the moment made a terrible, terrible decision thinking it was self-defense. Does any of that, could that factor into how much time he potentially could spend in prison?
I think that those things would go into account during the punishment phase. So not necessarily during the guilt innocence phase. And that's if this even moves forward to a trial. So let's say that, let's go back a little bit. Let's say that they decide that they're not going to move forward with the trial setting and they're going to try to work out some type of agreement with the prosecutors. The prosecutors will then be able to take that into account in some type of mitigating circumstances, stating just all the things that you just said. Maybe he was a great student, straight A's, about to go to college and was a great athlete, all these different things. And so those are things that can be taken into account there. If he moves forward with a trial setting, that does not go into effect, in my opinion, for the guilt innocence phase. It's either, did you meet the elements that for murder? Yes, no. And then once that is confirmed or not confirmed, if it is confirmed, then those things will go into account for the punishment phase, which is separate. And so a lot of times the defense attorney will be building up the case there for the punishment phase to try to reduce the punishment as much as possible.
How likely is it, with what you know, maybe just what you know from what prosecutors are like in the county where Frisco is located, and also the evidence at this point that it seems that the authorities have, that they would do a plea deal or negotiate a plea deal, as opposed to just saying, we have pretty clear evidence that you did this, we're going to take this to trial and make sure you face the full extent of the law?
Yeah, I think that the prosecutors in most counties around Texas, around the Dallas-Fort Worth area, are going to be somewhat reasonable. They're going to take in that information as much as possible. Just like we said before, we're going to use mitigating circumstances to take into consideration punishment phase and what is appropriate for this particular defendant. Now, the prosecutors do run all of the offers that they provide generally by the victim. In this situation, the victim's family. So if they offer him 10 years TDCJ, which is prison, then normally they run that past the family and make sure that the family is okay with that offer. They don't have to wait for their approval, but generally they just run it by them to see how they feel about it, and if that is something that they would be okay with. And so I definitely think that it is something that they take into consideration. But it's always up to the prosecutors every time to decide on what they will be offering. And then if they move forward in the trial setting, if they decide to go to the judge or the jury for punishment.
But for people convicted of murder in Texas and in the Dallas area, in Frisco, I mean, what's typically the punishment? I know the most would be life behind bars, but realistically, how many years could he be spending behind bars in prison?
I mean, you're right. The maximum is 99 years. So many things go into consideration for that. And so when we say, well, what's realistic? Realistic is up to 99 years. And so it just really just depends on so many factors, the factors of what comes out in the discovery, what comes out in the mitigating circumstances that we talked about. What is, was he about to go to college? What was the heat of the moment situation? And that's really the defense job, to try to work with the state and try to reduce that time as much as possible. So I don't want to say there's a specific number, because every case is different. And so it just really depends by case.
And just lastly, Bridget, as someone who deals with cases with people accused of crimes that were heat of the moment crimes, they weren't career criminals. I was on the street reporter for a good part of my career, and so many of the murders that I've covered, someone just felt disrespected over something that just wouldn't matter 15 minutes from now. And yet they make a decision, heat of the moment, someone loses their life, and then they spend the rest of their life in prison. How do we get past that? How do we deal with these situations so we don't have stories like this where someone like Austin Metcalf loses his life?
Really, the only way is education. Educating individuals on what is important for self-defense, when understanding what self-defense is, but then also, how do we really control our emotions? How do we control our anger and be able to tell someone effectively that they're bothering us, or making sure that we stop whatever the behavior is without escalating it to bringing a knife in a physical argument. But also, I feel like a combination of education on what self-defense is, educating ourselves on the laws of our state, and then also controlling anger management, controlling exactly what it is, how we portray our feelings, our emotions when we're in public settings.
So well put. And educating yourself about the laws in each state is such an important part that people really should take up. Bridget Williams, trial attorney, joining us from Dallas, Texas. Thanks as always for being on Law and Crime.
Thank you.
All right, let's go. Let's go check out some other news. Let's go to the minutes. Charleston White goes off on the black community for creating a GoFundMe for Carmelo Anthony, even though he murdered Austin Metcalf. Check out this coonery.
No wonder God can't bless black people, because black people got a heart of retribution and vengeance and violence and anger. They want to get back at white people. No wonder Dr. Kingdom could get some things and we can't. Because Dr. Kingdom said, hey man, don't hit them back. Hey man, don't hit them back. And those people got way more. Now this group say, let's kill them. Let's kill them. But your kids, you hear about kids every day in the hood schools getting bullied, but y'all don't have this much outrage for bullying. They have a no bullying month, but y'all don't have this much outrage. But now all of a sudden, it's out, let's kill the bully. Most of y'all are bullies. Talk to them today. Most of y'all are, come on, cuz, OG, bullies. Come on, Crip, bullies. But now we want to kill the bully. When most of black children go to school every day and have to face a bully, why you think they got to wear Michael Jordan tennis shoes? But now we got a problem with bullies, huh? When have we ever told our kids to go kill the bully? We taught our kids how to stand up to the bully. No matter if it was two of them, fight both of them. But you don't put your life in danger to kill unless you got killing in you. But if you listen to kill music, you got killing in you. There's no way good kids kill. I know a nigga stabbed a girl 93 times, but before he got to 93, he dropped the knife. She begged and she pleaded. He dropped the knife. But because he was abused and he had anger and he had rage inside of him for what his daddy was doing to him, he finished up. What's in you gonna come out of you. And good kids don't stab people to death, y'all. This is a kid with some trauma. Let's get the background story first. just because he out there in Frisco. Oh, black people, y'all wrong, and no wonder God got you cursed. I'm starting to think that curse on us is real, that the Hebrews say. This group hearts is hateful, no compassion. I remember telling my brother one time, God will never let you out of jail, nigga, if you ain't got no remorse for the people you killed. No remorse for the man's family. No remorse for the man's boy's father, mother, brother. But y'all got so much for Lil Ronnie, and Lil Ronnie brought death on himself. Look, come on now. Lil Ronnie brought death on himself. Y'all had all the compassion. But here it is, a white kid, two little boys having some boy issues. And one little boy killed another little boy. You mean to tell me you black people ain't got no compassion for neither side? That's why you curse, black folks. That's why your situation, God is looking at y'all hearts. That's why your finances can't be increased. That's why your children won't go to the NFL. God is looking at y'all hearts. Black people, y'all ought to be ashamed. That's why your children are dying and being murdered the way they're being murdered. They've been your grandchildren. Man, you curse.
Yeah, Charleston White done lost his mind again and again and again. He could have kept that shit. Listen to some more coonery. Check this out.
Yo, I'm going to have to pop off for a little bit. The tribalism in the black community needs to end. It needs to end. Point blank period, needs to end. The same people who tried to make George Floyd a hero, who built statues of the man and compared him to MLK, are now trying to make 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, who stabbed to death an innocent young boy, simply because he touched his backpack, a victim. Someone who committed cold-blooded murder, a victim of circumstance, a victim of retaliation, whatever. I don't care. There is no world in which Carmelo Anthony is a victim. We need to divorce ourselves from this false notion that just because someone looks like us, we need to defend everything that they do. That's how we end up defending people like R. Kelly. That's how we end up defending people like O.J. Simpson. That's how we end up defending people like Bill Cosby. It's wrong. I don't care what you look like. If you're blue, green, yellow, orange, white, orange, or turquoise, if you do wrong, I'm going to call balls and strikes. Wrong is wrong. What Carmelo Anthony did was point blank wrong. Murder is wrong. This should not be profound. It is simply common sense. Or at least I thought it was. Is it all these black social justice warriors online saying that we need to hear the other side? Here is the primary fact that we're dealing with. A young boy is dead over a backpack because a kid didn't know how to control himself because of the conditions around which he was raised. And that is a travesty. But that doesn't make him a victim.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, he's the level of coonery is just like but they was force feeding that narrative, like this black and white narrative, so much. But that dude right there was already clearly.
I mean, they gon' feed a black and white narrative. That was in Frisco. Frisco is a predominantly white area, so yeah, Trent is definitely gonna have the racial undertones to this case. But I want to know why he got a knife in his backpack at a track meet. That's weird. What is that?
That's a good question. That's a good question. That's about the only thing I can see that's that may hinder his situation. I know a lot of people look at the Kyle Rittenhouse, 17 years old with AR-15. But that's a different state in Texas, and it's just a lot. It's a lot to this There's gonna be a lot to this case. I mean, with the right lawyer, he definitely can beat it. I'm just not too sure, like what they're gonna say about
I
the
don't think he
knife
can beat
and
this. I don't think he can beat this case unless he got a legitimate reason for why he got this damn knife. Like it gotta be some backstory to this that we don't know about. Cause you just stab somebody you don't know in the chest because they told you to move from under their tent. The story don't even make no sense.
no. He didn't just tell him to move. He physically, grabbed him and stuff like that. He physically put his hands on him, and it got into a scuffle, and a tussling, and all that kind of shit. And that's how he got stabbed in the tussle.
Yeah, that don't make no sense. He gonna get some time. He definitely get some time for that. Unless there is more to the story than what we know. So I don't really got nothing to say because I just wanted to know if he was a student because they just keep referring to him as the
Well,
suspect.
actually, hold on. Let's get it correct now. Carmelo Anthony was actually he was on the track team or whatever. You see what I'm saying? He was actually a track. He runs track.
I understand it, but he said that they was under somebody else's tent. So why are you under their tent? And what did you do with a knife and a track meet?
Let's hear it out. Let's see what this.
That shit sound almost like it's premeditated.
Let's go to trending and true crime. Let's see. Yeah, that's it.
All right, many of us saw that viral track beat moment. Now there's another one with much more dire circumstances. The family of a boy who was stabbed to death at a Texas track meet is speaking out against what they're calling a senseless incident. Boy, is it ever. 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, spelled with a K, was charged with first-degree murder. Police say he stabbed Austin Metcalf after an altercation during a high school track meet just north of Dallas. The twin brother of 17-year-old the victim here tried to save his brother, but the Metcalf say Austin died in his twin brother's arms at the track meet. The surviving brother and mother spoke to ABC.
I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I look at my brother, and I'm not going to talk about the rest. So just that's just what I saw. And I try to help him.
He was the most amazing kid. Oh, so smart. He had college football guys looking at him to play in college just because the kid was mad my son is not here anymore. And I don't understand it.
Yeah, we're asking, well, what can be learned from this? Nothing. It's an unprecedented stabbing, according to the school district. It's a just difficult case all the way around. Let's bring in our guests, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor David Bruno, still with us. Joe Tamburrado is with us, and retired NYPD detective Mike Alcazar also joining the conversation. Joe, this is one of those just head shakers. And there's really nothing you can say. There seems to be ample evidence against this young man. And of course, these are allegations now. But your overall thoughts about this disturbing case?
Good morning, Ted. Thank you for having me on. Yes, it's extremely tragic. And I think some of the initial statements by the victim's family ring true. I mean, this person, Carmelo, why was he bringing a knife to a football game? Why are you bringing a knife to sit in the bleachers, to watch a football game, enjoy yourself? I mean, what was going on with this person? And I think it's another example of people just resorting to violence first, rather than trying to discuss differences. But I think the victims' families, they're asking the right question, which is, what is going on with this individual who's accused of murdering the young man?
Mike, you've seen a lot in your days with NYPD. Are things getting worse, or are we just hearing about these types of crimes more often and through social media, et cetera?
I mean, I hope it's not getting worse. I've seen lots of cases like this. I have a similar case that investigated happened where two young men collided and one had a knife. So the problem is that when people bring weapons to like an event like this or just carry a weapon, there's no cooling off period. So yeah, words are not enough, and it's a crime of passion. And unfortunately, this young man died because of this. And you know, it reminds me of my grandson who also plays football around the same age. And I always tell them, be careful who you're having an argument with or you're having a fight with. You never know what they're carrying, unfortunately. So I really feel for the family. It's very close to home when something like this happens.
Yeah, I mean, this was a track meet. He was a football player as well at a 4.0. David, on the other side of things, the defendant to be here, he's a young man, had that weapon, but also probably had a mind that couldn't deal with whatever was happening there, the beef, I guess, that he had. As a defense attorney, how would you approach defending this young man?
Well, first question in the legal system is going to be, is he going to be treated as a juvenile or an adult? The accused is 17 years old, so that starts in juvenile court, and prosecutors are going to have to evaluate whether or not to treat him as an adult. So as a defense attorney, you want to come in and provide a background, mitigation. Maybe he's got treatment records, mental health issues. What's the family situation? Has the Child Protection Services been involved in this family's life? There are a number of things that could be done to look at background to try to keep it in the juvenile system versus the adult system. And I'm a Joe. Why in the world is a student having a knife at a track meet? I mean, this was 10 o'clock in the morning at a track meet where there was an altercation. And certainly if he has a weapon at a place he's not supposed to, he's not going to be able to use self-defense as the aggressor either. So those are some initial legal issues that I've identified.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very difficult one because both of them, one is dead, as you heard from the mom. I mean, sounded like a wonderful kid, and then the other 17-year-old is likely going to be spending most of his days in prison if indeed he's found guilty.
It's a sad case.
Say what?
I said, it's a sad case.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's some questions that got to be answered. Because well, he got a knife in his backpack. The track meet. That's some weird shit. And then he was like, I did it. It sounded like they had something going on.
Yeah, yeah, I have heard stuff about a female involved in this, but you know, nothing too you know, like off the top to where it's like sticking, you know, this hearsay. Let's go to Usher Raymond. Usher recently did a performance where he serenades a lovely lady in the crowd. This particular time, a 45-year-old man filed for divorce from his wife after she allowed Grammy-winning singer Usher Raymond to seduce her on stage. The husband claims the woman has never kissed him in public.
Oh.
And he was shocked that she would do that to a complete stranger in the presence of 20,000 people.
Oops.
As you guys can see some of this footage right here. That's somebody's wife.
Us out here breaking up babies.
That sounds like his wife here. We're not gonna play the songs for technical reasons.
Yeah. I am in pain, baby. I'm in pain.
Cherry. Oh, you telling me? You telling me that's your wife? You telling me that's
Oh
your
yeah.
wife, man?
I know those. He said he in the divorce. He said, fuck that.
Get out of there.
He said, I signed up for this shit.
Yeah, he out of that. Man filed for divorce.
He said, let's
Yeah, that's crazy. Let's go to Sean Kingston. The pop star is going to be sentenced to prison time along with mother. Beautiful.
oh they finally
Yeah, he found guilty of 5 wire fraud charges alongside his mom. Both could face decades in prison. Each count carries a potential sentence up to 20 years. Johnny Dang. Johnny Dang reacts to police raiding Sean Kingston house. How can I collect my money now? So we got a lot going on. We got a lot happening. Let's go to the big U Adam 22 loose cannon brick baby situation. Whack 100. Let's see. Let's go to Young Aunt Jackie. Here we go. Describe the young Aunt Joffrey murder victim Rayshawn killed over sexual relations with Big U's son. This is wild.
You've been California dreaming. You want 50, here's some cheddar. Don't care about number what the check say. Make sure you go ahead, like and subscribe, because it don't cost you nothing to press that button. And if you ring that notification bell, I'm gonna bring you mail. What's the good old big deal with the good old people? It's Hot Topics with your boy Young and Hefe, and I'm here to deliver you another one like the other one. Peep game, man. Like the recipient of Hot Topic, again, once again, for the many of time, is Big U, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's a whole lot of controversy and a whole lot of alleged. A whole lot of controversy and a whole lot of alleged tied to him with all these events and things people trying to portray he done and who he is as a person. Now, you know they say when it rains, it pours, and it looked like it's been raining and pouring. But like I said, it's all allegedly because the man have not been found guilty of anything, you know what I'm saying? He's not been found guilty of anything. So what it's looking like right now is just a bunch of trumped up charges. However, I'm on Instagram today, you know, scrolling up. You know how y'all do it. You know what I'm saying? Do your every scrolling up, looking at pictures you want to like, looking at some useful information. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you can use, you know what I'm saying? Instagram, you know, help the creativity mind space. You know, it might be some things you can add on and some things you wasn't thinking of. You feel me? That you merge, you know what I'm saying, from the Instagram and or these YouTube and or whatever social media outlet you use on a daily. So, however, while I'm going up Instagram, I'll run into Instagram page Unsexiest. So that's an Instagram page, you know, I log into, I tap into on a daily, you know what I'm saying? From y'all, you know, that's on Instagram. He got a lot of followers, you know what I'm saying? He out the city and stuff like that. So if you out the LA area, I'm pretty sure you know of him. But with the followers he have, I'm pretty sure he's out of the LA area as well, because the page is called Unsexiest, which means it's bringing you the most traumatizing news and news that's just like unethical. You know, he bringing you the news, you know what I'm saying? The stuff y'all want to hear, the juicy details, you know what I'm saying? And y'all be commenting right below. So, however, as I run across his page and I tap into his content, he's speaking. So this content I got from y'all is going to be him speaking by way of Rayshawn family member, a family member who did not want to be identified, but wanted to put this information out there. And with this information being put out there, it's still allegedly all day, every day, you know what I'm saying? Even if he found guilty, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't there. I don't know what happened, you know what I'm saying? We don't know what happened, you know what I'm saying? That's between the people that was there and God, you know what I'm saying? And that's what it is. So we're going to go ahead and get into this content. And you already know, man, it's the Hef way and the Hef effect. We going to commentate.
That's with you guys, bro. I was kind of apprehensive about putting this out. I've known this for about a week and a half now, you know, but she wants to put it out and let people know that.
Yeah, for those tuning in, Big U, Rolling 60 Crip leader, allegedly indicted with I think 38 other members on the RICO charges. So many charges with that fraud, murder, and everything else that they're trying to throw in. Check out some of the reports coming up with the details. This is not in court. This is all social media.
Her family member wasn't killed over a diss song. Her family member was killed because Big U found out that his son and Rayshawn was fucking around, bro. I'm sorry. It's hard even for me to say. I apologize, bro. I apologize. But that's what his family is saying, bro. And I got the proof right here, right? But it's like, that honestly does make more sense, doesn't it? Big U killed Rayshawn Williams over a diss track. There's 1,000 people that in this Big U. Why they not dead? And that makes more sense because I'm trying to walk myself through the situation, right? So if I'm Ray Sean Williams and I live with Big U, why would I feel comfortable enough to wear a chain that belongs to his son? Allegedly, the reason why Big U kicked out Ray Sean from his house is because he wore one of his son's chains without permission, right? Why would he even feel comfortable enough to do that unless he knew it was okay? My baby mama wear my shirts all the time. She'll go to the store, throw on some of my sweatpants, one of my shirts, and be out. Come back, done. That's something my partner would do. That's something my baby mama gonna do. That's something my girl would do, is wear my clothes or wear my shirts or wear my chain. That's something she would do. That's my partner. That's my girl. So that's cool. I ain't tripping, bro. Let's unpack this, bro. How the fuck does this make sense? So Big U is so mad because you wore some of his son's jewelry. Shouldn't his son be mad? If it's his chain, shouldn't he be mad? You stole my chain, bro, and wore it without my permission. I'm mad at you. His son wasn't mad. His dad was mad? How does that make sense? If somebody stole my chain, I'm mad at him. I don't need my daddy to be mad at him. Because look at this. That makes more sense. My son about to be in the NFL. He got a whole career, bro. Ain't nobody gonna fuck with no gay NFL player, bro. They're not gonna fuck with him. You're not gonna ruin my son's career, bro. I'm not gonna let you do that. Now you gotta.
Y'all heard it right there. So at this point, I don't know what makes sense, and I don't know what logical, and I'm not expecting gadget. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for those tuning in, this guy alleges that Big U's son was having a gay relationship with the football player that was found hundreds of miles away in a desert in Nevada. Let's hear some more of this.
Halfway and a half effect, we gonna commentate.
He made a diss song about Big U and he killed him. Everybody made diss songs about Big U, bro. I know like 3-4 niggas that got diss songs dissing Big U. All them niggas still alive. But now this nigga going off a diss song. Makes no sense, bro. But it does make sense that if you found out that your son was fucking with one of his teammates and they were having sex, or that was his man or his boy, now that makes sense. That makes sense why he felt comfortable enough to wear his jewelry out. That makes more sense to why he felt comfortable wearing his clothes, his jewelry, everything. That makes sense, bro. And you got mad about that. Y'all doing too much, nigga. Now, to be honest with you, I can't say that this is the 100% truth. Can I say that? No. But can I say I believe it based off what I've gotten from the family, friends, people that knew them? Yes. As a football player, this nigga ain't got no girl. You ain't married, nothing. Who not trying to talk to a football player, bro? What girl is not trying to talk to a football player? He ain't got no girl though. Why? And you a nigga from South Central too? You a football player? No girl you entertaining, talking to, nothing? Come on, man. I think what she's saying, from my opinion, I would say it's not a lie. I do see some realism in it because it makes more sense in the diss track narrative. This narrative makes more sense because if I was your roommate, why would I even feel comfortable enough to wear your gold and diamond chain unless I fuck with you like that? It's just like a man with a girl. My girl wear my shit all the time. I didn't see my baby mama put on my chain and wear it out. I didn't see my baby mama put on my diamond bracelets, wear them out, because she wanted to act like it was hers and look good and look cute. All right, cool. That's something a couple does. What man would feel comfortable wearing another nigga's chain without permission and that nigga didn't get mad? Big U's son didn't say nothing. He didn't care. It was Big U that said something. He got mad about that because he realized what the fuck y'all was doing. And he had to stop that. Ain't no team gonna take no gay football player, bro. You gay, bro. That makes more sense, bro. Way more. I'm sorry. Let me know what y'all thinking, bro. If I sound crazy, let me know. But I don't sound crazy. I'm going off the DMs I got and the DMs I got from a quote family member and everything else. That's it.
Unsexy is a fool. So again, so we all know in the sports world and entertainment, you playing basketball, playing football, it kind of put like a rough edge around you, like you a man. You feel me? So of course, those guys in the locker room are not going to be in acceptance of anything that's indifferent because.
And I slightly agree with that assessment, knowing that it's a lot of gay players in the NFL. Whether they went public about it or not, I think we had about 10 years ago was one player. About 10, 15 years ago, one player came out and admitted that he was homosexual or whatever. I mean, the guy makes a good point. If it's true, I know that the family members of the player or the kid who was killed, the family members have been putting out a lot of information. They've been saying a lot. They've been saying how Big You've been dodging them, and several things and so on and so on. So it's a lot going on. Uh, I noticed, when I see these Big U clips, he's and a lot of people wondering where's the money at and all this and that. And I don't think people understand education costs a lot. Private schools, athletes, training, tutoring, cost a lot. Especially if you're a child, unless you get some type of contract or deal. Now they pay the kids, but it costs a lot to keep kids trained and body tuned up, mentally tuned up, and things of that nature to do what they do at a high rate, high level. Um, I must say that it's not far fetched what this guy's saying, if that's the case. But even if so, the talent will speak for itself. Talent speak for itself. People love money. But from what I'm seeing though, as far as with the Big U, it's like he's spending a lot of his money on the kids' education, on the kids' kids' athletics, kids training, all that kind of stuff. Like, it sounds like he's putting, people asking where the money going, it sounds like he's putting all the money into his kids' education. I don't know. We gotta stay tuned. Queen Sunkist, you familiar with this, or any of this make sense to you, or what's the deal? All right, let's go to another case. Let's go to we got new bombs here. Diddy indictment slaps music mogul with new charge.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about this case. I don't know nothing about reviews or nothing.
Okay, you said you can't really get specifics. You said?
I don't know nothing about it. I don't know nothing of people.
Oh, okay. It's basically it's a RICO investigation going on. And it's a lot of accusations being thrown out there. We can go to let's go to Law and Crime Network. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network. Epstein accuser makes cryptic post about bizarre bus crash.
A vocal and visible accuser of Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew posts a picture bruised in a hospital bed, claiming she has just days to live. Soon after that, her family says that may not be entirely true. What we know about what happened to Virginia Roberts Giuffre, her condition, the alleged crash she says put her in the hospital, the legal fight that she's reportedly in, and what those close to Prince Andrew have to say about all this. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Virginia Roberts Giuffre is one of the most prominent accusers of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and it is her story, her accusations that tied Prince Andrew to the alleged operation. This is the Instagram post that Giuffre put up 3 days ago. We had to blur some of the injuries due to YouTube policies, but in this photo, you can see that she has bruising all over her face and her chest, and she's sitting in what appears to be a hospital bed. The caption is 174 words, and it has brought her story back to the headlines. That caption reads, quote, "This year has been the worst start to the new year, but I won't bore anyone with the details, but I think it's important to note that when a school bus driver comes at you driving 110 kilometers, which is about 68 miles per hour, as we were slowing for a turn, that no matter what your car is made of, it might as well be a tin can. I've gone into kidney renal failure. They've given me 4 days to live, transferring me to a specialist hospital in urology. I'm ready to go, just not until I see my babies one last time. But you know what they say about wishes. Bleep in one hand and wish in the other, and I guarantee it's still going to be bleep at the end of the day. Thank you all for being wonderful people of the world and for being a great part of my life. God bless you all, Virginia." Kidney renal failures when one or both of your kidneys stop working. And according to the Cleveland Clinic, causes include diabetes, high blood pressure, and acute kidney injuries. I'm going to get into what police in Australia are saying in just a moment. But first, let's dive into who Virginia Roberts Giuffre is. She claimed that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked her when she was a minor. She says she was forced to have sex with Prince Andrew 3 times when she was just 17 years old. This is the now infamous picture that was included in her lawsuit against the prince. It shows Giuffre and Prince Andrew, and then you look in the back there is convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell smiling at the camera. Prince Andrew and Giuffre settled out of court in 2022 after she sued Andrew the year prior. Prince Andrew has denied sleeping with Giuffre. In fact, he's denied ever meeting her. In a now infamous 2019 interview with the BBC, he said this about Giuffre when she accused him of having sex with her in 2001 in London.
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady. None whatsoever.
You don't remember meeting her?
No.
Giuffre had claimed that the prince had bought her drinks and they dined together. They danced together at a posh members-only nightclub in London. Prince Andrew said that he never spent time with Giuffre, and he claimed that on the date that she claimed they were together, he was actually with his kids. He went on to say he didn't know where the bar was in the nightclub. He said he doesn't drink. And in what was yet another infamous moment from that interview with the BBC, Andrew disputed Giuffre's description of him profusely sweating.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat. Or I didn't sweat at the time.
Giuffre claimed that she met the prince through Ghislaine Maxwell. The former socialite is now a convicted sex offender. Here's her mugshot from 2022 at the Metro Detention Center in New York. She's currently serving 20 years in prison on 5 sex trafficking charges related to the now dead Jeffrey Epstein. He, of course, died in his jail cell in
tuning in. These are some of the Epstein files after the mysterious alleged death, which I don't believe Epstein's dead. I believe he was escorted out with proper security. There is no video camera footage of anything, of nothing with that. And he was in high maximum security, suicide watch, so do the math. It's a lot to this story. People got to keep their eyes open, stay tuned. It's a reason why they haven't released everything that they're supposed to. They keep on talking about releasing these files. Shit. Especially let's hear. Yeah, that's who got his ass out. That right there, what you just said right there, Frappuccino, that's what just got him out real tough. That's exactly who got him out there.
2019 after he was arrested on federal sex trafficking charges. The medical examiner said he hung himself. Giuffre told CBS News this in 2020 about Max.
She is a monster. She's worse than Epstein. She did things even worse than Epstein did.
In the wake of Giuffre's allegations and the out-of-court settlement, Prince Andrew resigned from public roles with the royal family in 2020. Then his mom, Queen Elizabeth, stripped Andrew of his royal and military titles in 2022. She died later that year. The stories we cover here at Law and Crime and on The Case prove that life is unpredictable and having a great attorney matters. And that's where we bring in our partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. This is a law firm with more than 1,000 attorneys and a history of winning. Just in the last couple of months, they were able to secure a $9.3 million verdict. That was for a car crash in Florida. $5.6 million went to a car accident victim in Atlanta. And in Kentucky, $1.8 million. And in that case, the insurance company was only going to offer $5,000. So even if you don't think your case is worth millions of dollars, why not fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so easy to file a claim. You can do it with just 8 easy clicks on your phone. So if you're hurt, you need to file a claim, head over to forthepeople.com/OTC. You can also scan this QR code on your screen or click the link in the description. Now let's turn to the controversy that's unfolding in Australia and what Giuffre said happened and what police say happened. In her Instagram post, Giuffre said that she had just 4 days to live. And soon after that news went viral, a spokesperson for Giuffre and her family issued some clarification in a statement to People that said, quote, "Virginia thinks everyone for the outpouring of love and support. She is overwhelmed with gratitude. Today, she remains in serious condition while receiving medical care. On March 24th, in rural Western Australia, a school bus hit the car in which she was riding. The police were called, but said that there was no one available to come to the scene. They asked if anyone was injured and suggested that if they were, they should make their way to the hospital. Australian police have told media outlets that no one was reported injured in the crash, and the car involved sustained roughly $2,000 in damage. And the bus driver reported the incident the next day. Giuffre's statement then goes on to say that she actually didn't mean to post this caption, saying that she had 4 days to live publicly. Instead, it was meant for a private social media page. This story has taken yet another turn involving Giuffre and some apparent family issues that she's having. People is reporting that she recently made a court appearance March 14th, and that was for allegedly violating a family violence restraining order in February. Her case is next expected to be in court on April 9th. It's unclear, according to People, if she is going to be there. Local Australian media reports that Giuffre bought a $1.9 million home in Perth, Australia in 2020 with her husband of 22 years. The couple have 3 teenage children, and local media is reporting that she is recently estranged from her husband. On that Instagram post where Giuffre wrote that she had 4 days to live, she is receiving a lot of support from people pointing to the courage that she had to speak up about being trafficked by Epstein and Maxwell. One user writes, quote, "What you did for all the victims of sexual abuse and human trafficking will always be remembered. Thank you for speaking up. Wishing you recovery and many more years to live." That comment has thousands of likes. Now, Prince Andrew has not commented on this most recent story, but his ex-girlfriend is giving her opinion. Her name is Victoria Hervey. She's a model and socialite. She posted dozens of stories on her Instagram account mocking and criticizing Giuffre. One post reads, quote, "The pain caused by her lies, destroying lives and tearing families apart, all for money, is no small thing. She has a lot to answer for. I call this divine judgment by God. People often say karma has a way of catching up." She also posts, quote, as Ghislaine Maxwell put it, "Virginia is a fantasist," end quote. I'll once again show you Ghislaine Maxwell's mugshot. She's currently serving 20 years in federal prison after being convicted in U.S. federal court on several charges of sex trafficking minors. Joining us now to dive into this story is civil trial attorney David Ring. Always great to have you on Law and Crime. Thank you for being here. There's just been a lot of twists and turns, it seems, since this Instagram post went up a couple days ago. What do you make of what we're hearing about what happened with Virginia Roberts Giuffre in Australia?
Well, it's really confusing, Chris. I mean, we know that Virginia posted this Facebook post saying that she'd been in this incredibly serious accident in which she was hit in a car by a bus, and that she had 4 days to live. And obviously the reaction to that was terror and horror by people, and it's terrible. And then in the next day or so, things seemed to change a little bit, and it did not appear to be life-threatening. And Virginia came out, or her family came out and said, well, gee, that post is posted by mistake to the public. It was meant to be private. So there's a lot of unanswered questions here.
And it's come to light that she was involved in some sort of, I think in American terms, it would be a domestic matter, that there was some sort of restraining order in place that she may have violated, and she was recently in court for that. I know Australian law may be a little different than U.S. law, but what do you make of that development coming in and how that could fit into something that could be going on with this Instagram post and what she's alleging happened on this bus or in this crash with this bus?
Well, look, by all accounts, it sounds like Virginia's going through some very, very tough times, not just physically because of whatever accident she was in, but also mentally and with family stuff. And, I read an account that her father had been quoted as saying that there's this issue where she's estranged from her husband, that she's unable to see her children. And yes, there is some sort of family law court restraining order out there, apparently against her, which apparently prevents her from seeing her kids. And so she's going through a really, really, really tough time right now. And, this accident and this Facebook post, obviously play into that. She's struggling, and we don't know what her exact struggles are, but something serious is going on with her, which is really unfortunate. This poor woman has been through so much in her life, but that this is just another added traumatic incident that she's got to deal with.
You just think of the trauma and the strength that she's had to go public with that trauma and making accusations against Prince Andrew, as well as Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. This story has brought the saga surrounding Jeffrey Epstein once again back to the surface, back to the headlines. As you take a step back and look at everything that is dissected whenever this story gets a lot of attention, what do you make of the accusations she made and how she fits into that story?
Well, Virginia Giuffre was a key player in the Jeffrey Epstein convictions and the criminal case against him and Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, she was a key player. She was one of the victims who came forward and testified and cooperated with authorities. And without her, I'm not sure where we're at today with the whole Jeffrey Epstein episode. If we recall, she was a teenager back in Florida and met Maxwell at Mar-a-Lago, and Maxwell introduced her to Epstein, and that's when the abuse began and the sex trafficking began. And Giuffre's allegation was that along the way she was trafficked to Prince Andrew. And so jump ahead, to just a few years ago when she brought a lawsuit against Prince Andrew, and he settled that confidentially. And the rumors are that, he paid a substantial sum of money to her. So she was a key player in all of this. And her last 5, 6, 7 years, she's been under intense scrutiny because this has been in the media so much. Both Epstein, then Maxwell, and then Prince Andrew. And so this woman's been through quite a bit.
Yeah, and I think too, the now infamous 2019 BBC interview that Prince Andrew gave, I know there was a film that kind of dramatized it, but her accusations really is what led to so much of the controversy surrounding Prince Andrew, and then ultimately him resigning from public life and Queen Elizabeth taking away his royal titles. It's a tough question to ask, but I know that if there was a critic of Virginia Roberts Giuffre and what she has been through, they might look at this and say that it raises questions about her story. What would you say? And you see a lot of comments on social media about that, but especially as a civil trial attorney, you think about what she accused people of, and then is obviously having some trouble in her personal life. Does any of this have an impact on the accusations that she made so many years ago?
In my mind, not one bit. This is someone who came forward and let's face it, Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted. She's serving 20 years in prison, in part because of Virginia Giuffre's allegations. And Prince Andrew was stripped of his title.
Now, mind you, R. Kelly got 35 years. These people had a sex trafficking enterprise. Countless amounts of names of high-profile individuals.
And apparently paid a hefty sum of money to her because of her civil lawsuit. So I don't think those things happen if you're just making things up. There's proof and corroborating evidence and all of that corroborated her story at the time. I think what's going on now is she's under intense pressure and has been. She's going through a lot in her personal life with her ex-husband and her children. She's under an intense amount of pressure, and she's like a lot of victims of sexual abuse. That doesn't just magically disappear overnight once the perpetrator goes to jail or a lawsuit is settled. That stays with the victim for a long time, and they deal with a lot of other issues that come up in their life because of it. And this appears to be one of those issues that she's got to deal with.
We see in a lot of these cases, especially whether it's a celebrity or a powerful person, that lawsuits can often come from people who are anonymous. They want to remain anonymous because they're afraid of, I mean, in some of these cases now we're seeing the lawsuits that Sean Combs is facing from people who don't want to come forward and put their name out there when they make a serious accusation. She did put her name forward. She was very public about what she said happened. As someone who deals with these lawsuits, I mean, what does that say about her as a person and the courage it took to do that and to be as public as she was when she accused Jeffrey Epstein, Prince Andrew, and Ghislaine Maxwell of what they were all accused of doing? Maxwell, of course, convicted on charges and is now in prison.
Incredibly courageous. I've represented victims of abuse, both as children and as adults, in lawsuits for the last 30 years. And the vast majority of them want to remain anonymous in the lawsuit. They file it as Jane Doe or John Doe, and they have every right to do so for a lot of very legitimate reasons. But I've had a handful who say, I want to be public. I want my name on there. And they are incredibly courageous to do that because just like Virginia was, and especially Virginia, because it was such a high profile case. I mean, it wasn't just in the United States, it was worldwide news when she sued Prince Andrew. And so, you can imagine the scrutiny and the backlash that she took having her name attached to that lawsuit or to the criminal case. It takes a very, very courageous person to do that. And she did it, and she withstood it, and she came through with a successful result. And so she's to be commended for doing that. And unfortunately, like we talked about already, she's having some serious effects as life goes on, in part because of the trauma she experienced.
Just an incredible amount of trauma. And you talk about the backlash. I want to be clear, I'm not knocking anybody who comes as a John Doe or a Jane Doe, because it's certainly their right. And it's a scary situation to make those accusations and to be public, especially against a public person. What does some of that backlash look like that you've seen in your experience? Some of the dangers that someone can face when they put their name forward on a lawsuit or an accusation like Virginia Giuffre did in this case?
Oh, well, we're all familiar with the absolute, oftentimes despicable comments made on social media. The things that are sent to public figures, the things that are the comments that are made. I mean, it's unbelievable. And it's impossible to avoid if you're the target. I mean, once your name's out there, these people out there on the internet, they can find you anywhere, and they'll find you, and they'll make all sorts of just comments and derogatory things and all the hate that comes with it. And she endured that because it was a very controversial case, especially the one involving Prince Andrew. There's obviously an entire group of people that supported him and attacked her. And I'll tell you, I even just read something with respect to this accident that Virginia was just in, that someone connected with the royal family in some way is, again, coming out saying it's all a bunch of lies and she's making this up and the accident is made up and she's just doing this for attention and she has zero credibility. And so, she's had to withstand those type of attacks for many years now, and it's taken its toll, and it's just not fair.
No, it isn't. And yeah, it's a socialite who's close to Prince Andrew, and she is just on Instagram, we saw just posting story after story, absolute character assassination attempt on someone who has been through so much, and that the court system, especially in the criminal case of Ghislaine Maxwell, has proved that.
A lot of people feel like Princess Diana wasn't just a accident. So this has a lot to do with a lot. Pay attention.
These were things that happened. As we look at the Jeffrey Epstein story, I mean, whenever something comes up, it's headlines. Even something like this, which is in many ways detached, where it's an incident that she's dealing with in her personal life. What is it about Jeffrey Epstein and everything that he was accused of doing before he died, that just seems to gather so much attention every single time something happens.
Well, look, he was, kind of like the Harvey Weinstein situation, very, very powerful man. Jeffrey Epstein had connections everywhere, including presidents of the United States. And I think what really tipped this into a major, major news story was that for a while he got away with it. He had the sweetheart deal down in Florida that allowed him to serve at the Palm Beach County Jail, and he didn't even go there when he was first arrested and pled guilty to these charges, and he would just serve time at his house, working at his house. And then a few years later, it all caught up to him, and things turned, and the feds got involved, and he got charged, and then depending on who you believe, he committed suicide in prison in New York while he's awaiting charges. And so this whole story has been incredible, and it shows the power that people like Epstein had for a long time, but it also shows that the justice system, it might be slow, but at some point it does work, especially with Ghislaine Maxwell, his accomplice. And so I think the stories, when you read that one of the main victims has posted that she only has 4 days to live because of an accident that she's been in, that's news. And so that's why we're here talking about it. And I'm glad it's not true. It doesn't appear to be that she's going to pass, that she just had some serious injuries. So I'm glad. I mean, I think we're all glad that that's not the case.
No, absolutely. And David, just finally, because I think of, in the case of Virginia Giuffre, this is an example that once she went public, like, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. She's a public person forever. And even when something happens in her personal life, it's going to be something that's going to be covered. People know where she lives. People know her family situation. What's your advice to the victims that come to you when they make accusations, even if it's not against the most powerful people in the world, but advice about what life looks like after the case is over, even if they were able to settle? Because I'm sure there are people who look and say, well, she got a ton of money from Prince Andrew. She lives, bought this nearly $2 million home in Australia. Everything's fair. But clearly, when you're struggling, you're a public person. I mean, how does someone move forward with their life even after a case ends like this?
Yeah, look, money received in a settlement doesn't cure anything. That's just how the American justice system works. The civil justice system is that you bring a lawsuit against someone, the vast majority of times that case is resolved by the payment of money. But that's not going to make a sexual abuse victim suddenly, feel better about themselves or have no more issues in their life. And so a lot of times what you see happening is once either the criminal case is over or the civil lawsuit is over, and that victim's been living those cases, that's like their whole world is to get the perpetrator convicted or to get the case resolved. And suddenly that comes to an end. And then they got to deal with the real world. And money is not going to solve any of the psychological issues they're having. And so I'll tell you, they really need to have some very, very good, therapeutic help, to regularly see a therapist and to try to deal with all of those issues. And it can be successful. I've represented plenty of victims who have come through that and have gone on to live these really healthy, incredible lives because they gain closure. And others struggle for a long time. And so, we see Virginia, she's struggling a little bit, and we all hope that she makes it through this and goes on to get healthy and gets out of the hospital from this current accident and goes on and kind of gets some closure and can move on with her life.
Yeah, without a doubt, because the trauma that she's been through, especially when she was not even an adult, it's the trauma that lasts a lifetime, and that's not words can't really describe what she has been through. David Ring, civil trial attorney, thanks for joining us on this story. It's certainly an interesting one. We'll continue to follow here at Law and Crime.
All right, thank you.
Giuffre's restraining order case is reportedly scheduled to be.
Salute to everybody tuning in. Hit that like button, hit that share button, subscribe button. a lot's been said regarding the Epstein situation. And quite frankly, it's a lot of people who feel that it's a lot of foul play cover up due to the high profile names associated with the topic. Let's go to new bomb story. P. Diddy indictment slaps music mogul with new charges. So Law and Crime Network.
Sean Diddy Combs was just hit with 2 new federal charges in his sex trafficking and racketeering case. With trials set to start in just weeks, we're going to break down what the government is now alleging with their 3rd superseding indictment, and also the government's new request of the court to protect the identities of certain alleged victims who plan to testify. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. We're now essentially a month away from Sean Diddy Combs' trial in New York City, and he has just been hit with a new 3rd superseding indictment. What's new? What's different? Why now? Well, I'll tell you what, there's some significant things that we got to talk about. Now, the main theme doesn't change here. Federal prosecutors from the Southern District of New York have accused him and are continuing to accuse him of essentially running a criminal enterprise that focused on his apparently insatiable sexual appetite. Combs was indicted last fall with 3 counts: racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, transportation to engage in prostitution. And since the first grand jury indictment came down, we have seen superseding indictments that have changed some of the language, maybe given hints to what evidence or what kind of evidence the prosecution might have against the music mogul. But now we have this 3rd superseding indictment. And this one actually adds 2 new charges and has a little bit of a difference in language. So we're going to break it down. And also we're going to break down the government just filed papers with the court asking to protect the identities of certain alleged victims who plan to testify at trial. Now, to be clear, Combs has always adamantly denied any wrongdoing, the charges, any of the allegations he faces in the numerous civil lawsuits that he faces, and he said he looks forward to his day in court. All right, so I'm not going to do this alone. We have with us friend of the show, former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani. Nima, so good to see you. Just the person I wanted to talk to about this. We have so much to get into. First, though, you got to talk to me about this. Combs scheduled to go to trial in May, next month, May 5th, weeks away, really getting to the wire here. Why file this right now? Let's just start there, the timing of it.
Jesse, great to be on as always. And I guess better late than never when it comes to the Department of Justice. But really, 1 month before trial is late. And that's why accompanying the superseding indictment, the 3rd superseding indictment, is a letter to the court essentially saying, this doesn't change anything. We've already produced the evidence in discovery. We've produced the witness statements, the victim statements under the Jenks Act. So Diddy and his team, they have everything because they know the judge is probably going to give them a hard time for this indictment so close to the trial. Now, we know that Diddy doesn't want to push the trial because he's in custody without bail. But typically, if you go to the grand jury this late, this is a very good excuse and a reason for the defense to ask for a continuance.
Absolutely. And I think it would have been granted. I really think it would have been granted. Now, not saying that's what they're going to do here. And I'll get into the defense's response or lack thereof, which I think is interesting. But now I want to get into the indictment. So first of all, this new indictment makes the same overall claim. Quote, for decades, the defendant abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. And a prior superseding indictment updated the date range for the allegations against Combs, pushing it back from 2008 to 2004, claiming that between 2004 and 2024 is what's referred to as Combs' enterprise committed various crimes like arson, kidnapping, drug possession. And to convict Combs on the racketeering charge, the government is relying on trying to prove these underlying crimes that were committed in furtherance of the enterprise. Hey everybody, this is a law and crime legal alert. Did you know that children are being diagnosed with serious conditions like type 2 diabetes and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and the research is potentially linking ultra-processed foods to all this? Yeah. Well, Morgan & Morgan is stepping in to fight to hold these food companies accountable. With decades of experience fighting large corporations, they are ready to stand up for families who deserve justice. So if your child under 21 has been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes or fatty liver disease, then visit www.forthepeople.com/food or scan the QR code on screen to learn more. Now, going back to the new indictment, the third superseding indictment, as Nima just mentioned, a letter submitted to Judge Arun Subramanian by acting U.S. Attorney Matthew Podolsky lays out what this is about, lays out the three big differences in this new filing. Quote, the third.
For those tuning in, right now we're on the Puff Daddy trial and case. He's just been hit with new charges. His trial's coming up within a month or so. This is arguably a tardy time to bring in new charges, but charges are charges. Let's see what they have to say about that. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network. New bombshell, P. Diddy indictment slaps music moment with new charges.
Third superseding indictment contains three substantive changes to the charged offenses. First, count 4, which is, by the way, a new count. Count 4 charges an additional substantive count of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion with respect to victim 2. Victim 2 was previously identified as a victim of sex trafficking in count 1 of the second superseding indictment. And if you look at count 1 in the second superseding indictment, which is racketeering conspiracy, it reads in part, Combs then used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims, including but not limited to 3 female victims, victim 1, victim 2, and victim 3, to engage in commercial sex acts. In connection with the commercial sex acts, Combs provided the victims with, among other things, monetary payments, career opportunities, and payment of rent and housing expenses. Okay, so again, that was count 1 in the second superseding indictment. But now, Combs is facing a new individual sex trafficking charge against victim 2. And it reads, quote, from at least in or about 2021 up to and including in or about 2024 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Sean Combs, and then it says, recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, and maintained victim 2 and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused victim 2 to engage in commercial sex acts, knowing and reckless disregard for the fact that victim 2 was engaging in commercial sex acts as a result of force, fraud, and coercion. Nima, why do this? Why create this separate charge for victim 2?
Jesse, the reason you want to create a separate charge for victim 2 is because you have that and language. And again, I'm not saying this is highly likely, but it's a possibility. The government's saying that did he sex traffic victim 1, 2, and 3? Well, for some reason, the jurors think that did he sex traffic 3, but not 2, you're going to get a not guilty on that count. So they separated it out, really out of an abundance of caution. So
Can I just stop you right there? What happens if the jury selection, jury instructions, jury, even though it says victims 1, 2, and 3 in this racketeering count, if you find that he sex trafficked either 1 or 2 or 3, he's still guilty of it. Couldn't they say that? Or you need this separate charge?
You can absolutely address this issue in the verdict form. Doesn't necessarily need to be split up in the indictment. For some reason, maybe there was just a different story with respect to victim 2. Victim 1, we all believe, or at least I believe, is Cassie Ventura, right?
That's fair. That's fair. Yep.
I think, and then victims 2, 3, and 4 now, or witness 4, who's going to testify. We don't know who they are, and we're going to talk about it. I'm sure they want to remain anonymous or at least be identified by just their initials. So, to the extent that victim 2 has a different story than Cassie Ventura, obviously Cassie Ventura was in a long-term relationship with Combs, spanning more than a decade. We've all seen the video from the hotel here in Los Angeles that CNN was able to obtain. Probably victim 2 has a different sex trafficking story, and I think that's why the government, out an abundance of caution, wanted to separate her out. Let's say she or he was a commercial sex worker.
She.
Yeah, it's a she. she was a commercial sex worker and wasn't necessarily someone that Combs was in a long-term relationship with, may be better just to separate her story out so she can tell it, and it's not.
And in order to get a conviction against them, why not include this at the second superseding indictment? I mean, they could have made that a separate charge. Why wait for this one? Was there additional evidence that they look back on and said, maybe we weren't as clear as we could be? Why not just do it? I think it was at the beginning of March when the second one came out.
I think that's probably it. They're preparing for trial and they're saying, you know what, maybe we pled this in a way that we shouldn't have. And look, they're not just thinking about the trial, Jesse. They're thinking about the inevitable appeal that's going to follow if Combs is convicted. Obviously, he has essentially unlimited money. And the last thing you want is a Second Circuit or some appellate court looking at this and saying, well, this was unconstitutionally vague, or the jury conflated all this evidence together. So I think just the best practice was, let's separate victim 2 out. And maybe this evidence sort of came to light because, look, there's reportedly more than 100 victims. Obviously, the government's not going to put 100 victims on the stand. We know many of them have filed civil lawsuits. They're going to pick and choose the people they think are their best victims, right? The 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever the case may be. There's other prior bad acts witnesses. So during their witness prep and trial prep, maybe they thought, you know what, victim 2 has a different, separate story. Let's plead her separately.
I think that's a really, really good point that you make there, and that makes sense to me. So now let's go into the second difference in this new grand jury indictment. So the prosecution's letter reads, quote, second, count 1 has been amended to include a second special sentencing factor related to the new sex trafficking offense charged in count 4. So buried in the indictment is some new information about special sentencing factors. And in the second superseding indictment, this section contained only one part. Now, in the third indictment, it has 2. So the first covers years 2009 to 2018, and it reads from at least in or about 2009 up to and including in or about 2018 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, as part of his agreement to conduct and participate in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. Sean Combs, the defendant, agreed to, in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly recruited, enticed, harbored, transport, provide, obtain, advertise, maintain, patronize, and solicit by any means a person knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that means of force, threats of force, fraud, and coercion, and any combination of such means would be used to cause the person to engage in a commercial sex act. A lot of words to basically say Combs knew that people were allegedly being recruited and sometimes coerced into performing these commercial sex acts. This was intentional, right? Now, the second part of the special sentencing factor, this section, says the exact same thing, word for word, but now in this new indictment refers to in or about 2021 up to and including in or about 2024. So referring to victim 2. Nemo, again, why do this?
Again, victim 2, right? Seems like this third superseding indictment is all about victim 2. She is going to be a very important part of the story in this case. And it's going to be interesting to see how the defense handles Cassie Ventura. They might say that this is a disgruntled ex. It was settled the very next day. We're assuming that there was some significant payout. We don't know what the story is with respect to victim 2, but it's clear that that is going to be a very big part of the case. It's not just Cassie who's going to be the star witness. Victim 2 is going to take the stand, and that may be the victim that's going to add to victim 1's story that ultimately puts Diddy away.
Interesting gap, by the way, right? 2019 to 2021, or is it that, why did it start on 2021? Is that when this alleged relationship, this alleged illegal act started? I mean, interesting that you have that gap right there, right?
Definitely. And obviously the government's arguing that this was continuous, dating back 20 years now, going back to 2004. But we don't know who victim 2 is, when she entered Combs's life, what her story is. But the fact that she's more recent is also going to be more helpful. As these allegations become older, they're tougher to prove. Witness memories can not be as good. Evidence can disappear. So the fact that we have a victim now that is within the past 5 years bodes well for the prosecution.
And it was, this alleged conduct was happening in 2024, right? So after he was sued by Cassie Ventura, settled that lawsuit, then was hit with more lawsuits. That's significant too.
Oh, no question, because the Cassie Ventura lawsuit was around November 2023, if I recall correctly. That's when the statute of limitations was running there in New York State. So to the extent that we have conduct continuing after that bombshell lawsuit was filed, that's very good for the prosecution.
Okay, now I want to get into the third big substantive change in this third superseding indictment. So it says, the government's letter says, quote, third, the third superseding indictment charges the Mann Act in two separate counts, in counts 3 and 5, covering conduct for victim 1 and victim 2, respectively. The second superseding indictment previously charged this conduct as a single Mann Act offense. And if we read this new count, this brand new count, count 5, in the third superseding indictment, it now says, quote, from at least in or about 2021 up to and including in or about 2024 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Sean Combs, and then it says, knowingly transported individuals in interstate and foreign commerce with intent that the individuals engage in prostitution and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the same, to wit, Combs transported, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the transportation of multiple individuals, including but not limited to victim 2 and commercial sex workers in interstate and foreign commerce on multiple occasions with the intent that they engage in prostitution. So Nima, back to you. It's all about victim 2 here, right? And adding this specific charge, the transportation to engage in prostitution charge for victim 2. I go back to this idea, why wasn't it initially charged this way? And it's significant that they do this, and it makes me wonder, if they're making the change this late in the game, does it potentially show a weakness in their case, or a weakness on how they're going to present this to the jury?
Well, Jesse, it's the same reason, like you said, the reason the sex trafficking of victim 2 was put in a separate count. Now, victim 2, whether it's a different story, whether it's a different timetable, maybe Cassie's sex trafficking or the prostitution stopped at 2019, and they want to pick it back up in 2021. For whatever reason, the government thinks that those stories should be told separately in separate counts, and that's going to be part and parcel of their strategy in this case. I don't necessarily think it shows weakness. I think there's plenty of individuals that are going to tell similar stories of physical and sexual violence, but for some reason, this is just a different chapter in the same book.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Now that I'm going to go to a different change that I don't quite understand on the face of it. So the government writes in their letter to the court, in addition, the language of count 1 contains 2 non-substantive changes clarifying that the defendant kidnapped and carried and displayed a firearm to female victim, and that the defendant dangled a female victim over an apartment balcony. Let me explain that a little bit more. So you go to this section of the third superseding indictment, and it says, it's part of count 1, the racketeering case. When employees, witnesses to his abuse, or others threaten Combs' authority or reputation, Combs and members and associates of the enterprise engaged in acts of violence, threats of financial and reputational harm, and verbal abuse. These acts of violence included arson and multiple acts of kidnapping, including one instance of kidnapping during which Combs carried and displayed a firearm to a female victim, so that part is new. In addition, on multiple occasions, Combs threw both objects and people, as well as hit, dragged, choked, and shoved others. On one occasion, Combs dangled a female victim over an apartment balcony. Now, that addition, Nima, of female and female, to clarify that, this is not, in fairness, this is not a paper for my doctoral thesis where I want to make sure everything is as specific as possible. Why does it matter? Why do they have to add female victim? If aren't they going to argue that anyway at trial? I don't understand why they had to be so precise there.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a female or a male. We're talking about RICO predicate acts, right? So obviously under the statute, you have to have 2 or more of these acts. And we've gone through them: kidnapping, arson, extortion, other crimes of violence. But it can be to a male. It could be to a female. I don't think that's going to change the case one way or another. So you're right, Jesse. It's not necessary to identify whether the victim was male or female.
And you know what's interesting? We've talked about this before. This balcony incident, this is consistent with the account of a woman named Brianna Bana Bangolan, who filed a lawsuit against Combs last year. She claimed back in September of 2016, while sleeping at Ventura's apartment, Combs barged in, groped her breasts, dangled her off a 17-story balcony. She claims in the suit that she almost died and that Ventura had to step in to stop this. So if that is who we may be thinking, and now you would have someone who maybe would be supporting witness to Cassie Ventura's account, again, assuming she's victim one, that's my take, Nima. I don't think I'm that far off.
No, that sounds absolutely right. Obviously, that's a horrible thing to allegedly happen to anyone, but you would think that there's not multiple people that were dangled off a balcony by Sean Diddy Combs, and that probably is her. And at least from the government's perspective, she's going to be testifying in this case.
Now, you mentioned this before. At the end of the letter, the prosecution says it's produced all discovery and Jenks Act's material, which is, basically the statements of government witnesses who are going to be testifying, which isn't affected by this new indictment because it seems to concern the same two victims. And the letter also notes that the government doesn't expect this third superseding indictment to affect existing pretrial deadlines. You mentioned it before that Combs is looking to go to trial as immediately as possible, try to, get an acquittal, try to get out of there. But I wonder, is this fair to the defense? Is this trial still going to happen May 5th?
I do think the trial is still going to happen May 5th because ultimately, Jesse, we know it's the defendant's right to a speedy trial, and the defense is going to ask for a continuance. If they say, listen, you're dropping this on us at the 11th hour, if they don't make the request for a continuance, then the judge is going to keep the trial date.
So now I have one final thing I have to ask you about. This is putting aside the third superseding indictment. So the government filed with the court a motion in limine. Basically, that's regarding how evidence will be limited or restricted in a trial. And the government argues that pursuant to the Crime Victims' Rights Act, the court needs to put in some measures to protect the privacy of some of the alleged victims who plan to testify, namely victims 2, 3, and 4, not victim 1. The prosecutors indicated that victim 1, again, who we believe to be Cassandra Ventura, is prepared to testify under her own name, revealing herself. But essentially, with regard to the other victims, they're arguing that they should be referred to by pseudonyms, that the defense can't elicit personally identifiable details of them when they have an opportunity to cross-examine these witnesses, that the court seal certain exhibits to protect their identities. And really what the prosecutors highlighted was that their testimony is going to be extremely sensitive and personal. I mean, think about what they're going to be testifying to, and that this will cause them embarrassment and anxiety and social stigma if their identities are revealed, both for them and their families. And the prosecution supports that with a legal argument. For example, they say the confrontation clause may guarantee defendants a right to cross-examine and confront their witnesses or confront the government's witnesses, but it's not absolute. And the prosecutors even cited the Ghislaine Maxwell case where victims were allowed to testify under pseudonyms.
I repeat, this Ghislaine Maxwell was given 20 years for a sex trafficking enterprise. R. Kelly was given 35. Nothing nowhere near it. Sean Puffy Combs is in a situation of elites. And this, pardon me?
I said the only reason why he ain't got more views is because if he ended up being the only reason. I don't know why most of them be under his roof.
Yeah, it gotta be, it's a reason why they bringing up the royalty, like, Prince Harry and all this other stuff. Like, it's a lot of stuff to these people. And it's like they know a lot. They got a lot of hidden cameras and stuff. It's a lot of detail, high profile wildlife activity going on.
Nima, good argument?
It's an okay argument, and it's really up to the discretion of Judge Subramanian.
Yeah, I said, it's a lot of high profile. What I said, There's a lot of high-profile wildlife activity going on.
Okay.
Real time.
Yeah, but there's a presumption that trials in this country are public and they're accessible to the public. And really, testifying under a pseudonym or filing documents under seal, that's the exception rather than the rule. Now, under the federal rules, judges do have a lot of discretion, and they look at factors like potential harm to the victim, the sensitive nature of the testimony. But ultimately, we're talking about a criminal trial, and I respect victims, but the person that probably has the most rights here is Sean Diddy Combs. And to the extent that he objects to this, I would probably guess that the victims may not have this protection that the government is asking for.
Why would it be? Why does the defense need to know this? I mean, they know who these people are. Why do they want them to not have to testify under pseudonyms? Why does that affect their case?
For the same reason why Combs's civil defense lawyers, they're trying to out and identify the victims. And the judges in those civil cases have ruled, at least some of them, that the victims that they want to proceed with these allegations against Combs in civil court, where we're just talking about money, they do have to identify themselves. And not only is he a civil defendant, but he's a criminal defendant. To the extent that the defense makes a colorable argument that this affects his ability to try the case fairly.
Right.
And obviously, we all know about the Sixth Amendment confrontation clause. I do think, on balance, judges tend to side with the defense, especially when they know an appeal is inevitable.
And I agree. So there's a number of civil cases that we've seen where the judges have said you have to identify yourself. And I think the fair argument is you're the one who filed the lawsuit. You're the one who made it public. The defendant has a right to know who you are. And yes, from a defense point of view, if you're putting the pressure on them to identify themselves, they may drop the lawsuit. They might not want to continue. It is different in a criminal case. Assuming for a moment that these other alleged victims didn't file lawsuits against Sean Combs, they're not choosing to be government witnesses. I mean, maybe some of them did, but they're subject to a subpoena, right? If they say, hey, we don't want to testify, government, can't the government come back and be like, too bad, you have to? No?
Of course, government can compel their testimony. Obviously, they're going to have a much stronger argument if they haven't filed a civil lawsuit. They've never identified themselves. They don't want to testify. I'm sure that's something the judge would consider. It's just, again, I understand the argument. Just my prediction, given how these cases are typically handled, oftentimes, and it's sad, and we've seen it time and time again. It can be Harvey Weinstein, Bill Cosby. Victims of sexual assault do have to testify. Now, sometimes the media doesn't identify them, even though they're testifying publicly in court, and that's decisions that media companies make. But it's really the exception rather than the rule that they can testify under some pseudonym.
Nima Rahmani, so good seeing you. Thank you so much for breaking down these changes with me. Such a pleasure, as always.
Thanks for having me, Jesse. Talk soon.
So after we wrapped up this interview with Nima Rahmani, turns out Sean Combs' legal team issued a formal response to this third superseding indictment, and it says, these are not new allegations or new accusers. These are the same individuals, former long-term girlfriends who were involved in consensual relationships. This was their private sex life, defined by consent, not coercion. All right, there you have it, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here on Sidebar. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber.
Shout out to everybody tuning in. That puffing situation is boiling. Every time you turn around, they got a new charge related to him. It's getting out of hand to the point, like, I don't know what to say anymore with this.
He going to jail. That's what you say. You know, about the
What happened now?
I said he's going to jail. They're going to lock him up forever. That's what he did.
A lot of people feel like that. A lot of people feel like,
He been doing this shit for a long time. And he don't never stop. I don't know how he thought he was on like he was on that. Remember he had the court, he had that case in the 90s. You remember that?
Which particular case now?
He had that case in the 90s as well. And I think he was sexual assault against some woman in the 90s.
Okay, yeah.
He got acquitted. So I guess he thought he could win everything. This is a terrible person.
So you think he's where he's supposed to be?
Well, yeah, I think he's where he's supposed to be. You know, lock his ass up. And keep doing that. I think R. Kelly where he's supposed to be. Now, being Cosby, I think that was some bullshit.
Okay. Let's go to Terrence Gangster Williams, the original hot boy. Subscribe to Terrence Gangster Williams. Charleston White Blaine, a hoe for Mo 3 and Yellow Easy. Brick Baby, Big U, Will Snitch. Kanye and Diddy Kyle. I do have exclusive permission from Terrence Gangster Williams to play all content from his channel. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let's watch the show. Here's my review.
So the first question I want to know is, because I saw a clip surface with you when you were talking about Brick Baby. So did you really put the people on Brick Baby?
Yeah, back then I really did. Yeah. See, they were playing and I was playing. But yeah, I be playing in a different kind of way.
Okay.
Yeah. Nah. So he was in Houston at the time when he did that. And this was kind of like around the time I think Takeoff had got killed. So yeah, they got contacted Houston Police Department. Then I contacted LA County Police Department as well, the FBI, because I wanted to be documented. Just in case I run across Brick Baby and I gotta shoot him. I heard him.
Okay.
Yeah, I was setting the stage for a self-defense case.
Okay. So Big U said,
and I was scared of him.
Oh, okay.
He was rolling 60 Crip, and they're notorious in the country.
Oh, gotcha. Wow. So Big U say Whack 100 the police. What is your thoughts on that?
Whack 100 is the police. One thing about the police know everything. Police know everything. Especially they know everything about wrongdoing. So the police is an institution of information. That's how they solve crimes. They go out from the
I say Charleston is the police. The way he always talking in his head. He can talk about the police.
Check them out.
The beginning of the crime, and they collect information. That's how they put the pieces of the puzzle together. So when you look at Whack 100, Whack 100 is an institution of information. He got information on everybody and everything. It's only 2 institutes in the country like that. That's the FBI and the police. So he got to be the police. He got too much information and too much knowledge of wrongdoing.
So out of the case with Brick Baby, Loose Cat, and all them, who you think gonna be the first to tell?
All of them. Big U gonna be the first to tell. Nigga, that gray bird Big U had in that picture going, man, that's Paw. That nigga ain't that when he with his family. and the news hit that he wanted. Nigga, he with his woman, he with his children, he with them grandkids. And them grandkids saying, Paw, where you going? And Paw got to go turn himself in. Man, crying on the inside. Just as soon as he can get by himself, man, Paw don't want to leave them grandbabies. Talk that tough guy shit, but nigga got all that gray hair and that beard. And that nigga said, man, that nigga already pleading. So now he gonna be the first to tell. Let me tell it. But this is what I'm saying. Everybody tell it. This is no time to be lawyer and standing on no motherfucking code. They done got 40, 50. This is not the time to play fool. Be a wise man and give up some information to save yourself. There's no honor amongst thieves. That's where I come in at. I come to remind everybody, hey, there's no loyalty in this group of criminals. Nobody have ever been able to uphold these codes. The mafia ain't, the Chinese mafia, the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, everybody, when they get caught by the oppressor, breaking fold. They got techniques that they put on you. They might waterboard you. They might isolate you. Won't let you see nobody. Man, all kind of. And you stand on the, and you broke while you doing this. You broke while you standing on the motherfucking code with a court-appointed lawyer. You tell to get out of jail, fellas. The best thing you can do. You still get. You might quit talking to you, but you still get. You don't stop getting, you know, because you a tattletale.
So did you see that Yellow Beezy was charged with the Mo 3 murder? And what are your thoughts on that?
Po Yellow. Yeah, Po Yellow. Yeah, Po Yellow. Man, Mo was hell on them boys. Mo was on them boys' ass, my nigga. He was kicking up dust. Yellow was in a lose situation, but Yellow would have been better off killing him himself. That way he can at least plead a self-defense case. And shot up on your sprinter, instead everywhere I go, this nigga shooting there. He should at least killed him himself. He would have been better off, a better chance getting off with a self-defense case. But that murder for hire, capital murder go, man. Nigga Mike came for 2 weeks. Isn't that motherfucker trying to nigga Mike can't swallow and Mike can't for at least half a month trying to process this through his brain. All your organs shut down. Say, man, God, well, I bet he up right now. But now, man, that Mo 3, Mo 3 works hard to get killed. And he was getting him hell, homie. So yeah, shit, man, Po Yellow. He shit, shit. Yeah, man, fuck it. Yeah. And he ain't got nobody he can tell on.
Wow.
If I was him, I'd give up Trap Boy Freddy. If I tell on Trap Boy Freddy. Nah, I'm just playing trap.
Shout out to Trap Boy Freddy, bro.
No, I'm just bullshit, Trap.
Yeah.
No, I'm just playing. I'm just bullshit.
Say, okay, let's switch gears now.
Yeah. Hey, listen, let me just say this about Big U now. This was more of a political a political move that had something to do with the Olympics. So the Olympics is coming to LA in like a year or two. So you got to think about when the Olympics came to Atlanta in 95, 96, the city and the county get a bunch of federal funding to go clean up the city, to prepare for the Olympics to come. So remember, Atlanta had the Red Dogs. The Red Dog had the resources, the power, the authorization to go out and do whatever, to clean up all the crack sellers, the drug dealers out of Atlanta before the Olympics came. This is kind of similar. There's no way that the politicians in these world leaders could let the Olympics come to LA and Big U and the Rolling 60s got a stronghold on the entertainment industry to nigga kidnap, to strong arm, to intimidate, to extort. So there's no way they were gonna let these people come to LA and they still have this free reign to do celebrities like this, homie. So no, they just cleaning up before the Olympics come.
Okay. So, what are your thoughts on the phone call with Diddy and Kanye West? What Diddy said to Kanye, like you know, I thought we all were family, but he said, but Kanye is all he got.
He is. Yeah, he is. They got me too. Yeah, you got me too. I'm with you, Diddy. Yeah, you got me too, Diddy. I'm rocking with you. I don't think nothing wrong with kicking on you. You know, slapping on you. That's between you and Ray. She ain't said nothing. We saying something for. She ain't said a motherfucking thing about what done happened to her, what she done had to go through. So why we upset? Me and my bitch done settled this. I done give my bitch $20-something million. Why y'all mad at me? And me and her stayed yeah, man. Y'all. So I'm with you. Got me too, Diddy. Yeah. You got me too, my nigga.
So Diddy also said he said I spoke up for everybody, but he's not bitter, you know, about it. He said it is what it is.
Stop crying, nigga. Yeah, stop all that poor me. I didn't love to go to jail and pour me a motherfucker. Feel sorry for yourself. This is just a humbling experience. For whatever reason, whatever God you believe in and God you serve wants your ass humble, nigga. So you're going through a humbling process. The people who you done wrong for with their music rights, they feel the same way how you feeling right now. Done abandoned. They felt abandoned. Them little Jackson 5 you had, what's them name? Them Jackson 5 boys he had. That group he had.
No, the rap group.
Day 26. Them day 26. The little group he had where all of them done the interview and had all of them teary-eyed. All them niggas were crying. The day 26, y'all been in prison a long time, so y'all wouldn't know. Yeah. This was during y'all prison era. I'm sorry, my nigga. During y'all prison.
Yeah, but we still had TV, man. So I'm trying to see.
Wasn't no big. They were big, but they wasn't big. They were more on that. He made the walk to go get the cheesecake.
Oh yeah, you should make it out of band. Yeah. Chopper, the one.
Them niggas felt abandoned the way he done them. So he just feeling what he done made people feel. It's gonna be all right, Puffy. But yeah, don't pour me, nigga. Do you some push-up.
Okay.
Let us hear about you going to the hole like NBA Youngboy did. Hollering out there. That's the type we want to hear about. We don't want to hear them motherfuckers sad ass phone calls. Yeah. Hurry up and adjust to prison life. It'll be more better for you. Hurry up, nigga. Hurry up. Shouldn't take this long. I shouldn't take this long for a nigga to adjust.
So Kanye West tweets out. He tweets out a list of people that betrayed him, of the black community, and he spoke on his family, the Kardashians, Travis Scott. He named a few rappers. So what are your thoughts on that?
Another with that poor me. Oh man, that nigga, nigga, I got $1 billion. Who done left me and betrayed me? Nigga, that's how I think right now with the money I got. Forever, nigga, man, but he lonely. Ain't got no family, man, man, he lonely. That's why he should be with me more. He wouldn't be feeling like that. He don't give a what done happened in the past, or what nigga done wrong and who done left me once before. Man, I'm too busy trying to look to the future and enjoy this life to worry about who done me wrong. And I done wrong before too to people. So nigga can't cry about that kind of. Yeah, that's what my mother would say. So you gotta think about all the times you done robbing and taking from people.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Rolling Loud 2025 just, and Rick Ross stated that how many rappers be screaming like free dirt, free little dirt, but only one rapper, T Grizzly, be doing stuff. So my question to you is, do you think that the rap community should be shouting out the rappers that's locked up, or do you think they're scared to do so they're trying to separate themselves?
No. Why would you be hiding free a killer? Nigga. They clapped when I went to jail for bond violation. Nigga, they happy I went to jail. And it was violating my bond condition. This man done paid to get several people killed. It's them surrounding him, not just him and all his friends. He guys are tied to a bunch of murders. Why say free him? For what? What about the victims? What about little pub mama and them? What about them people family, homie? So that's what I mean by the hypocrisy of this industry. These people and they done kill black people. These are black women, children. Y'all overlooking. So it's no different when I say, man, f that rapper baby. They saying the same thing, but in their own way. Oh man, he said f that rapper baby. They said free dirt. They said this woman's baby. Y'all are the brightest lights in the star. And y'all are the brightest stars in the sky. When we look up into the sky, y'all light up the sky and y'all hollering free dirt to this woman that's in pain. To have a wrongful death lawsuit against this man. Y'all don't give her no aid to no victims from Tuka Mama on down. Dobie Mama, all of them. We can go down the list. Niggas ain't hollering, man, shout out to Dobie Mama. So, man, that's why I said, nigga, I hate them niggas. I just like the beats to make me listen to the lyric. But I don't like no rap, nigga. Man, niggas marks to me.
Okay, Kanye tweeted, 50 Cent is one of his favorite people, and he would bring back the black community, economics, independence. Do you agree?
Mm-mm. He ain't stable enough. He ain't mentally stable enough because he focusing on the Jews. He focusing on everything else. He could have been had a tennis shoe factory in all 50 states. Got to making the Yeezys. He could have been had to Yeezys with black kids in niggas factories, like they got the Chinese kids in the Chinese workshops. He could have been done that, my nigga. And it could have been done that, my nigga. So no, and he's so far gone. He too reprobated for black people to trust him to follow. He done swore, he done went too many different ways for black people to trust to follow him. He would have to solidly invest. And we don't know where the money coming from, but he's the one investing. He would have to do it solidly. Because black people don't trust him. For one, he keep getting white women. So the black woman go, she don't believe in him.
So why do you think some of the Los Angeles gang members like to brag about their crimes when they're on the podcast shows?
Them the first crack babies. The LA are the first children ever in history in this country to be born addicted to crack like their mothers. So they really fucked up. The term strawberry comes from them. The woman have to sell up for crack. Them created that atmosphere. So if you remember the crack mother, she didn't give a damn about nothing. She'll fuck with the baby next to her. She'll sell the little girl to get fucked. These were their mothers. So these niggas are some ruthless, heartless. That's why you see some of the behavior that they have displayed toward women is brutal. So that's why pimping is big out there. So in those type of communities, homie, the hoe mama, the dope fiend mama, the ghetto hood queen mama, she create and raises some of the most violent black children known to mankind. So that's all them got to take pride in. And you talking about 1969, we've had 50 years of hip hop, and we've also had 50 years of Crip and Blood existence amongst black people. The Crips and Bloods have killed more people than the Ku Klux Klan could ever imagine killing. So that's them niggas' pride and joy. That's their baby. In some kind of way in their mind, they justify the existence. Because it validates their existence. I'm from such and such hood. So they have to justify their existence because it validates who they claim to be.
Okay, he tweeted to Kanye, shut the F up. At the Kanye tweeted, he used to run the orgies. What took place?
That's why she saying, nigga, shut up. Nigga, shut your motherfucking ass up, man. Nigga, this shit was shot. Come on, God, Kanye. Kanye go tell it. That's why she said, nigga, shut up. I know I used to run the orgies. Nigga, listen, ain't nothing like two that get high together. And they've been doing this for years. At some point, they go through a season where they fighting for. They fighting. Come here, oh. Yeah. Coming down off them drugs. We in here like a. We got another woman in here. You jealous because I'm laying this on her. You want to pack your up and up the party. Run down the hallway with the shit I bought you. You got that bracelet in there. I just got you. Just cost $200,000. Where you going? I run up out of there. Y'all see us in the heat of a moment. But they gonna make me out to be the bad guy. This what we do. Now y'all seen me kick her in the face, drag her by the hair, only for us to go back to 45 minutes later. Sucking, tongue kissing, coming like a saying we love one another. Y'all didn't get to see that part. Had y'all got to see that part, y'all wouldn't be this mad at me. But they didn't get to see that part. This is normal that go on when y'all get high and like y'all doing all it, and she like to do this too. She like to fight too. She do this sometimes. But y'all don't get to see that part. So yeah, man. So that's what this shit is, man. And y'all done turned on me because the FBI done got me. But y'all love me for then. Oh man, y'all wrong. That's why I say the black community. You don't never want the black community to love you because they go turn on you. They turned on Michael. Turned on Michael Jackson, my nigga. They turned on DMX. Started laughing at him when he got back on the drug. They turned on Whitney Houston. They turned on Mike Tyson. Nigga, they go turn on your ass. So I understood this. I don't want them to love me. I want the hate. Because the hate is no different than the love. Because they say it's a thin line between love and hate. I just need you at that line. Whether you love me or you hate me, just get at that line. So once I understood that method, man, Poe did it. Yeah, Poe did it.
So do you think he was trying to extort him?
Extort him? Yeah. And he should have paid it. Hell yeah. See, she went and got with that white boy. That white boy helped orchestrate all this. But this is what we do in our relationship. A rich fuck one of them old stripper hole. Niggas stripper hole like to get high. Y'all, sometimes y'all fight. Yeah, man. Yeah. But yeah, man. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, D.L. Hughley stated, Trump uses black folks to clean up like Fabuloso the mess that he create. Do you agree with that?
No. You can't use black folks to clean up. He can't use black folks to clean up nothing. He used us to clean up what? We the spoils of wars. He ain't got to use us to clean up anything. He don't care about cleaning up nothing. Nigga, this motherfucking white boy don't care about cleaning up. He ain't got no regrets about what he done, so he ain't coming back trying to clean up nothing. D.L. Hugh could just be talking. Yeah. He just a weenie and just be talking. He just be talking. You know what I mean? That white man don't care about cleaning nothing up. They come with a strategic plan, a well thought out plan of what they want to do, an agenda, as they say. Nigga, he ain't coming back trying to clean up whatever agenda he done had. Yeah, nah. It just sounds good, especially when he said fabuloso, cause he know that's what the po niggas use. He know that's what the po niggas use to clean their motherfucking house instead of bleach. Yeah, they got them motherfuckers smelling good, but it ain't disinfected. Yeah, that dumb motherfucker. Yeah, he already know that what the po motherfucker do.
Okay, let's get into Gorilla.
Yeah, I love that little one. I used to didn't like him. I used to didn't like him. Boy, I've been sitting back with my arm folded when I first heard her. Said, man, that's a nasty mouth. Man sounding little girl the way she talking. I said, oh my goodness, she gonna ruin America. But yeah, she done grew on me. Boy, she done grew on me.
Okay, well, Gorilla said she's finna start flying people out and putting the what you call a moose knuckle in their mouth when people start talking about her. Now I was thinking that
I was gonna say a bunch of shit about her then. Now I ain't even know moose knuckle chewer. Yeah, I don't chew on moose knuckle. Yeah, no, that like, I don't chew on moose knuckle. But hey, you saying that damn maybe you want to start talking about her this interview. yeah. If nothing else, sit on my chin. Look up and talk to her. But yeah. She just saying some shit. Put that moose knuckle in their mouth when they be talking about it. It's like saying, yeah, suck my nigga, put my dick in your mouth, keep my name out your mouth. That's kind of what she's saying. Yeah, you know, little project chick been around her brothers and her male cousins and her homeboy. Yeah, done picked up the man lingo and just done switched it and flipped it to the woman's lingo.
Okay. All right, so let's get to this here. Okay, my bad. Let me get this mic. You know they get tripping.
Yeah. They be on your ass, guys. They don't want you making no mistakes, guys. Yeah. You like the new favorite kid to teach them. They don't want you making no mistakes.
That's a fact. And I appreciate them being on me, man, because they know I got a big opportunity coming where I come from. So I appreciate it. I really do, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you ain't gonna let me make nothing anyway.
Yeah,
So let's get to this here, man. What was your initial reaction when a tape of you testifying on your friend in court became public?
Nothing. Cause I done already told everybody. I told everybody. They got told from the jump. But then I said we all told. So my first ever Vlad TV, we went through details about my crime. My first ever Vlad TV interview. Yeah, we all told. But yeah, I told from the jump. So you can't shame me. And I've been saying I will tell, I want to tell, I can't wait to tell. I'll point you ass out the lineup, I'll take the stand on you. Even go to the extent of chasing you down with 911, tell me to retreat. Like George Zimmerman did Trayvon Martin. Yeah, so now nigga, I ain't had no reaction. I had already told the world, nigga. How they gonna be surprised when I already came out and told them?
So in your opinion, who do you think is responsible for leaking that?
So a government official. Yeah, government official. So you talking about that was a news clipping, I think from it was on. So my crime was on all the news stations. I was one of the first juveniles in Tarrant County in Fort Worth to ever be tried and adjudicated for the crime of murder. So we was charged with capital murder. I took a plea bargain to testify because my co-defendant wanted to go to trial. He the only one wanted to go to trial because he was the shooter. So all three of us told what happened and said who the shooter was, plus the witnesses. So it was no doubt who the shooter was. Broad daylight. I don't know why he wanted to go to trial. He had a lengthy juvenile record. So I don't know what made him go to trial.
So how did with that tape coming out? Did it affect you personally or professionally?
Yeah, it helped me professionally because you got to realize, most people who see this tape aren't criminals, so they're not persuaded by most people thinking, man, if that was my 16-year-old kid, I would want him to tell too. They were 14 years old. Nigga, he with some kids he ain't got no business hanging with. Matter of fact, as a parent, I don't even know these kids. So you ain't finna tell me what nigga, you lying to me. I don't even know these kids you hanging with. You done ran away from home, and boy, you done got yourself in this mess. No, I gotta pay for a lawyer. The shooter mama didn't even show up to the hearing. Didn't give a mama didn't even show up to the hearing. Nigga, so the other nigga, the oldest nigga, Big Twan, his mama didn't show up to the hearing. Only two mamas showed up with me and DJ. So now, it don't bother me, homie, because you talking about 30 years ago. I was 16. I'm 48. Who looking back there other than y'all? I got a new movie coming out June 19th. I got a whole who looking back that far in life? And then you really got to try to go that far back to try to find dirt on when I was a kid. You overlook all my 20s. I got an arrest record for being in my 20s and 30s, but I ain't got no. So you go overlook all this to go back when I was a kid. Boy, y'all up, and y'all up, and you got to have hate in your heart to want to do that. But what it does, it takes me back to the beginning of how I became famous. The same reason. Gilly the kid with that Pop Hunter baby. He was 14 years old with his mama, witnessed the murder, saw murder, and went and told the police who it was and testified. And Gilly and his son said he was a snitch. That's what made me famous. That's what made me famous.
That. Yeah.
That's how me and Gilly got. That's what made. I'm saying, how y'all go put, because nigga, that was me. I'm saying, nigga, how y'all go put the code down on the kids and the kids don't know the code? The average black kid is taught to tell. That's why most tell. Most do not tell. Most tell. It's very few standing on the code saying it's just that you don't know they told because the person they told on took the plea bargain too. So he didn't go to court to see who told, but they told the police something. So you saying these same codes that we, the mafia and solid street stand on, we want our children with undeveloped brains to stand on these codes. Well, nigga, my mama didn't teach me to lie. Yeah, I didn't answer the phone for my mama and have to lie for her. And you probably did. So lying was easy for you. But you talking about, I'm one of the first kids in my city to commit a murder and be charged for it. Before then, kids wasn't really killing kids in 91. Murder is serious. Now it's time to quit playing. Boy, what fame, man, right up until this point, nigga playing, nigga. Said we ain't stealing bikes. It was cool stealing these jackets, but nigga, what's murder? Nigga, what codes I got to stand on other than, man, mama, I ain't do this, man. He talking about 40 years, man, I ain't do this. Hell no, I ain't do this. So now, nigga, I don't feel no shame. Nigga, I got out in 1997. I don't have no felony convictions. I'm one of the hottest on the internet. I got 2 beautiful children. Man, that nigga that stood on the code, that nigga still in there. The shooter still in there, 75 years. Nigga done that in 1991. He's still in there. I bet he wish he would have talked to the police and said, yeah, I did it. This is why I did it. He wouldn't have got 75 years. But nigga, they think you don't have no empathy. They think you cold and callous when you can't get him a reason. You see it all the time when the police try to convince you to talk. Man, these people, they're gonna think you're cold. And they ain't lying, because that's how they go write it up. Now the internet wants y'all to believe I've been going down every time he come up for parole to try to keep him in there. It don't work like that. Your co-defendant can't protest the parole board, my nigga. Shit don't even work like that. They don't want to hear shit your co-defendant got to say. They don't care if your co-defendant is scared you go get out and do something to them. They don't give a. They care about what their victim family is saying. And I'm saying, nigga, we got a very loving, we had a very loving and forgiving family. So when they came to my transfer hearing, homie, yeah, them people said they forgive us. Very, on the back end. So he keeping himself in prison. Nigga, ain't nothing nobody else doing. Yeah, can't no motherfucker you commit a crime with go protest the parole board. That don't even make sense.
So let me ask you this, okay? Because I heard how you was calling shots and still doing stuff in the jail. So how were you able to move around after you testified on your court?
Because nigga didn't nobody see it as snitching. Nigga didn't nobody see that as snitching. Homie, you gotta think. I had 9. So at the age of 5, I fell in the washing machine and broke everything from my legs down, nigga. So I was in a full body cast from age 5 to 7. From 7 to 8, I was learning how to re-walk again. So I really didn't get to go to school. I had a private tutor. So then I was playing with a homemade slingshot. I put my eye out at age 8. Probably in between 7 and 8. So in between 8 to 12, between 8 to 12, might have been 7 to 12. I had 9 eye surgeries. 9 eye surgeries before having my right eye removed. I really didn't go to school. I had a private tutor. So at age 12, in the 6th grade, nigga, I finally get a prosthetic eye. I finally get a prosthetic eye in the 6th grade. The 7th grade, I'm still going to the doctor's appointments to see how the prosthetic eye lens, fit properly, right? So, nigga, up until the 8th grade, nigga, I ain't had a whole school year where I didn't have doctor's appointments to have a surgery. Where do I get to learn to be gangster and street at? I live in we're in the middle of the neighborhood. My mama worked for General Motors. I ain't in the hood in the crime area. Only thing I knew is rap music and rap video. Where I learned street, I got an uncle that's a pimp that try to talk pimp talk to it, but I can't comprehend that with this brain as a kid. So at 12, 13, 14, I catch a murder case. So I just got a short time where I done ran away from home and I'm being rebellious. So I got a short amount of time of my life, or a normal phase of my life during your adolescent age, you being rebellious, you kind of resenting what your parents, you going, so nigga, I got a short phase where I don't have long before I make a decision that costs me some, you know what I'm saying? I ain't street when I get in trouble. I'm just a kid just being rebellious from mama. The single parent kid that got mama buying the Michael Jordan tennis shoes, just like most of these niggas. What else to do? Out here playing street, but I ain't street. When the police get you, they tell everything. I didn't do it. The same kind of kid. No different. It's the same kind of kid, nigga. Mama ain't do it. Mama, no, man, they talking about 40 years. No, mama, no. 40 years? At 14 years old, my mind couldn't even fathom 40 years. And not only that, I got to stay in this juvenile facility until I'm 18. 4 years, homie, at 14, my mind couldn't even fathom being locked up 4 years. Man, I looked at my mama and said, man, mama, my mama can't do 4 years. I might can do a year or two. Man, that woman looked me in my eyes and she said, son, what you gonna do? Kill yourself? You gotta do it. What you gonna do? Kill yourself? You made this bed. But I couldn't imagine doing no 4 years at 14. That seems like a lifetime, man. And I'm just, and then nigga, and I ain't no heartless person. And I got remorse for what this man losing his life. Nigga, somebody dead. Oh man, I might not go to heaven. Cause you got religious beliefs. You got religious, man. So now, nigga, you going to them church sessions in juvenile and talking about heaven and things, and you thinking, man, I might not go to heaven because we done kill somebody. Now you having these dreams. Man, nigga, I don't want this shit waking up with these nightmares, still seeing this man's face. The dreams don't go away, nigga. Nigga, this is trauma now. So now, I don't know what they thought I was. I ain't come from no criminal home. My mama, we were taught to tell the police the truth. So now I was raised different, so I don't feel shame because nigga, look how my life turned out. I grew up to start working with children, the same juvenile facility I was locked up in. I grew up to train the state's juvenile correction officer. I grew up to create programs for the same state juvenile facility that I was locked up in. So now, nigga, that nigga still locked up wishing he would have talked. A whole bunch of them niggas in there wishing they could have go back and do this and tell the police some information.
What did you have to say to a lot of these podcasters, people making content about you saying you should be off the internet, people shouldn't book you? Like, what do you have to say to them?
Nothing. Keep it up, guys. Nothing. Keep it up. Because nigga, they help me get booked. They keep me in the algorithm. I'm not on YouTube hardly. My name is all over YouTube, but it ain't my content. It's up. Not only am I a well of content, but I'm a well of content for other people too. It take me away off the internet, and a lot of people start making money.
I agree with that. I want to.
Man, take me off the internet, nigga. A whole lot of platform, they topics. What, man? So nigga, I'm the topic of down there everybody's discussion, homie. Sometime throughout the week, I become the topic of these platform discussions. So it's like having billboards. They're my internet billboards. They keep my name in the title and they keep my picture in a thumbnail somewhere. So it keeps me to continue to be, as people will say, polarizing. Yeah.
Okay. So shout out to y'all.
Yeah, man, y'all keep it up.
Who been hating?
Man, keep it up. Yeah. Without y'all, I can't have the table. The mama say that God prepares a table or a feast in the midst of your enemies. So nigga, y'all gotta sit around and watch me eat. Y'all watching me fly here. Y'all know I'm here. Y'all watching me eat. So keep the hate up. I can't keep eating without y'all.
Wow. Well, there you go. For all you haters who are making these videos, even they even made a video about me telling me I'm wrong and I.
Why they want you to stop interviewing me? Because I said, F the baby. But I'm not hurting nobody saying that. I'm not hurting nobody saying that. But every day babies are hurt that y'all ignore. And y'all don't care about this baby. Because just as soon as that video of me being on stand testifying, everybody quit talking about the baby and the rapper and talked about that video.
That's a fact.
The whole topic of the internet shifted and changed from rapper and his 5-year-old baby being killed at a car wash to Charleston White is exposed for testifying when he was 16-year-old kid. And people say, man, 16-year-olds is grown. I don't know no parent to look at their 16-year-old and say, get out here and go get on your own. 16 ain't grown, nigga. 16 ain't no different than 14. 18 ain't no different than 16. 21 ain't no different than 18. The human brain, and this is data, this is science and medical data, has proven this, that the human brain does not develop at or to around the age 25, right? Based on your prefrontal cortex development. That's your rational and logical thinking. So that's why in certain situations, when they commit crimes, the Supreme Court or a good lawyer can get the sentence reduced because they said, hey, brain development play a part in this. The mitigating factors in this crime is that he was 17 years old when he committed this crime, brain development. He was abused when he was 6. He was starved when he was, so all those factors play into your brain development. His mother used drugs while she was pregnant. So all those play a factor in how your brain is developed. So, man, they understand this. We don't. So I'm saying now, most was raised to tell. That's why they can't stand. That's why when they get hard and they get tough, they don't have no code to stand on. Because at some point, the goodness of who you are really feel bad about what you done. The goodness of who you are really feel bad about what you done.
So my question to you is, You had a head for the head. Do you wish you still had that bush?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Okay, let's switch gears now.
Yeah, I wish I had my dreads back. Boy, I was a motherfucker with them dreads.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was a motherfucker with them dreads. Yeah, when I started out on the internet, you know, I had dreads. Yeah, I had dreads.
Okay. Yeah, I did see you with some dreads when you was talking about them white women and talking about them people and stuff.
Yeah.
So could you share a little insight on your upbringing in the environment you grew up in?
I mostly grew up in the hospital, homie, because I was always having surgeries. So the time that I wasn't in the hospital, nigga was in the house. So I you know, because so you think, nigga, I had to learn how to walk again from 5 to like 7. So I was in the body cast from like 5, 6, 7. Got out around 7. Then put my eye out. So nigga, most of my upbringing, nigga, was in the hospital.
Okay.
Hospital in the house, getting eye drops put in. You know, I went to school a little bit, but then once I had surgery, I was out of school for a while. So I had private tutors that would come to the house and come to the hospital and tutor me. Didn't get to play no sports. Yeah, nigga, I was always up under the adults because I was injured. Nigga, I was injury prone. Yeah, I was a little bad kid. I always getting hurt. Yeah. So boy, get in here and sit down. You know. So they had to watch me, homie. So I didn't get free, nigga, to that 7th and 8th grade year. Mama working in General Motors at nighttime. I'm missing the school bus on purpose after school so I can walk home and walk through the project. So I finally get to explore and be. But no, nigga, my upbringing was very, very sheltered. Yeah, very sheltered.
Okay, shout out to Sam. That's where I get these questions from.
Yeah, very sheltered.
He helped me out.
And I was a mama's boy. But I had everything I wanted inside the house, you know. So yeah, you know, my upbringing was very sheltered.
Did you have a connection to the church growing up, and were you involved in the choir or any of the religious activities?
No. My mama started getting into church. So like around the time, right when I was about 7th and 8th grade. So my mama started getting in church around 7th and 8th grade and started taking her to church, but we didn't understand that shit. So no, I ain't had no connection to a church, no upbringing, nothing. So yeah, it was my mama right before I think around the time she got pregnant with my little sister. Yeah, she started getting heavily into the Word of God, and life started transforming. Yeah, that's when we really started becoming rebellious.
Okay, was your father actively present in your life during childhood?
No. My dad, I had a bunch of uncles and my grandfather.
So you believe that? Like, so how did that affect your his presence not being there, or after that? How did that shape in your life?
Internally, as a kid, you have a feeling that you can't explain. It affects you, but it don't. Especially when you have you got your uncles. Homie, so financially, homie, my mom was very well off. So it could pacify a lot of things. So you really don't think of dad till you have an event you have to go to with his dads. You go spend a night over your buddy's house and his mom and dad is married. But when you go home, you don't know your dad not being there affect you, but it does. Because internally you feel unloved, but you don't know you feel unloved, but you do. It's just a feeling. It's that you can't describe. You feel unloved, you feel rejected, you feel abandoned. There's a feeling of abandonment, and you feel unwanted. You don't know you do. You don't know that, but you display those feelings in your actions when you try to hurt other black people. When you fight other guys, you take that anger that you don't know you have for your father through this hurt and this pain that you done turned into anger, and you try to hurt people with it. So you don't know that, but that's what you're doing. So nigga, I had uncles. My mother used to try to get us involved in activities that had like male mentors in it. But yeah, homie, you know, felt unloved, and so that's what made me gravitate toward older guys like my co-defendants. who was involved in criminal activity compared to guys who were, playing sports.
When your mother became a foster parent, what was your relationship with your foster siblings?
I stayed out the way. Yeah. I stayed out the way. Because I knew that was my mother's job. So I didn't too much interact with them. Because these are kids coming from trauma. One day I might be coming through and might have heard them cuss my mama out. You hope I hurt you. I can't jump in. Hey, you better quit talking to my mom like that. I can't get involved in that. So I kept my distance because I knew that was my mother's job. Yeah. So I know not to attach myself to those kids with trauma and they're going through something, and they just through. They're just probably gonna be here maybe a month, 6 months, 3 months. So yeah, they just through. So now I would try to the young that will come through that I know have been violated. I try to, what's up, little homie? The dap thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I come through. So try to make them smile every time I come through. So yeah. So yeah, I was in my early 20s when mama started that, man. Early 20s throughout the 30s. Yeah, I seen some traumatized kids, homie. So that was part of the reason why. Because when I was in the boys' home, we had to go to group therapy. And in them groups, niggas had to talk about their life story. So man, I used to hear some shit. And nigga, how some grew up in the hood and what they had to endure, I couldn't imagine. I had my own room, nigga, my own phone line, nigga. This is as far back as I can remember. Now, so I used to, man, I used to hear some shit about them kids, homie. So my heart used to go out to them. So that's kind of what made me grow into my purpose of working with kids. Yeah, nigga, I got mama spirit.
So have you ever seen any one of them communicate with any one of them to this day? Okay, well, what you think motivated your mother to become one of the best respected foster parents?
She worked with Lena Pope, homie, Lena Pope home because my aunt when crack came, when crack hit the black community, 5 of my aunt children, first my auntie had left like 2, I think it might have been 3. I was like maybe in the 7th grade, I'm in 6th grade, 6th, 7th grade. But yeah, my auntie had left like 2 or 3 of my cousins in one of them dope motels. They were gone for like a week. It was a dead dog in there. And so the manager people called my mama to come pick them up. Eventually they ended up going into CPS and into the foster care system. Now, there were 5 of them, as a matter of fact. There were 5. So eventually they ended up going to the CPS and foster care system. Then my auntie had another little boy. So my mama ended up getting that little boy. So just come on, this my mama baby sister. So that's how my mama got into that, homie. So when me and my brother got in trouble, mama trying to help everybody. That's how she lost us. Nigga, she trying to help grandmama home. She trying to help everybody, homie. So that's how she lost us, my nigga. Trying to be the family backbone. Crackhead just hit, save everybody else kids and lost her own. So when my little sister was born, mama kind of she probably had a breakdown and retreated. So by the time I came home, my older 2 cousins had aged out. So and mama never lost connection to them. Misunderstanding ended up getting them. But the other 3 was gone somewhere. So me and my mama went back and found them 3 and adopted them. And my auntie ended up eventually getting off drugs. She had lost the rights to the kids, and then my mama ended up getting them back to kids. And so it was a beautiful story how it ended. My auntie ended up dying of breast cancer, but yeah, it was a beautiful story how it ended. That's how my mama got into it, trying to rescue our own family and put the family back together. So, and in the process, the people from Child Protective Services and the Lena Pope Home Agency had so much reverence and admiration for mama. They said, Miss White, maybe you should be a foster parent. You'd be good. So yeah, my mama would get the worst of the worst, homie, and nurture them. You know, nurture them back with that love and that being firm, fair, and consistent. So, yeah.
Looking back, have you ever had a moment where you apologize to your mother for your behavior as a youth?
Yeah, man. Yeah. I wasn't a disrespectful child. I just leave shit outside the house. You know what I'm saying? So, before I got locked up, I was an ideal kid. It's just the little year and a half, homie, of just nigga being rebellious, going against what mama saying. Just a little year and a half, homie. Yeah, man. So, but when I got to the boys' home, juvenile was cool. Nigga, when I got to the boys' home, it was 300, almost 400 some kids there. Everybody there for violent crimes: capital murder, attempted capital murder, attempted murder, aggravated sexual and rape, kidnapping, and arson. So everybody was all violent offenders from ages 12 up to 21. So when I get there, I had never been exposed to the gang culture. I ain't know nothing about gangs other than what I seen in colors. Nigga, I had never been exposed to the gang culture. So I tell anybody, coming from a single parent home, never having played football, been disabled most of my life, but I'm a little brave heart. So when I got exposed to the gang culture, it was everything I've been looking for in life. Get them big homies saying, "What's up, little homie? You nigga, I like you, boy. You my little right." So that's what drew me to it. Before I got into it, all the gang leaders would gravitate to, man, I like this little nigga right here, man. This little nigga here cool. You know, cause they see him stand up for himself. So you know, yeah, nah, man. Everything I was looking for coming from a single parent home. It got the father figure role in there, it got the uncle role in there, the camaraderie, the brotherhood. When we all got on the blue with the blue shirt, with the helmet, just like the Boy Scouts, just like the football team. The same thing you get from that, you get from this. So I fell in love with that gang culture. So just imagine going from being, and nigga, I should get out of my bed and go get in my mama bed, nigga, all up into the 6th, 7th grade. Nigga, I should still sleep with my mama. In the middle of the night. Then my mama get out of work, I hear her come in, nigga, I go in there and cuddle with mama. Shit, you talking about, nigga? So now, nigga, so I done got into this boys' home. I done went from wearing Jabot jeans, silk, polka dotted shirts, you know, because the Kwame shit, you know, the MC Hammer Pen had this. So nigga, I done went from wearing looking like an R&B singer now to NWA. Now I'm saying, mama, I want some, mama, give me some chucks. And so I done made a drastic transformation, homie. And I remember feeling like I was getting my independence when I wrote my mama and told her I joined the gang. That was like saying, Mama, I'm going to the military in my mind. And I was crossing out to be, I wrote like a gang letter. She came down there that weekend and said, tell them gang niggas to send you some soap then. Don't call me and ask me about no, yes. So, I'm just rebelling, my nigga, against mama. I became a Muslim in rebelling against mama. Cause mama a Christian talking that Jesus talk. I went and got Mohammed, nigga, to go against mama. I'm just a mama because a boy is looking to find his own way, and your mama can only take you so far. So I done followed this way, thinking it's the way because this is what the culture projecting. this is what my uncles and my other black males that made me feel like, nigga, yeah, because ain't nobody told me nothing bad about prison. So I'm thinking this is the way. I'm thinking I'm on my way to be a man. So I'm rejecting everything mama saying, and nigga, mama just trying to tell us what's right about life. And I'm saying, I'm just missing it because I'm saying, nah, mom, you a woman, you don't know, because you mama. I'm thinking you just talking, as most kids do. So now, nigga, by the time I was 21, I realized mama wasn't just talking. By the time I got out, nigga, but then by the time I got out, I'm saying, mama, you don't understand. Mama, you know, and she said, son, I'm telling you I understand. At first, you don't know. I'm saying, now, mama, you don't understand. So I'm steady rebutting mama. But busting my head. It wasn't until I became a parent. And that's mid 25s that a nigga really started listening to mama. Cause now you don't know what to do with the baby when it won't stop crying. So now you running to mama now. Mama, so you see what I'm saying? So now nigga 14, so now nigga, I ain't no street nigga. I'm just a kid that's been rebelling that then got himself into trouble, running with some from the projects to somebody that got killed. And they ain't no killers. Yeah, nah, man. So yeah, nah, my nigga. So now it's a lot that I done had to apologize for. But nigga, the type of parent the type of man that I came to be up for my children, make mama proud.
Okay, let's switch gears here. Do you remember the first time you met Dewberry, and and can you describe that experience?
Yeah, I remember doing them. It was I think early 93 or 92. A bunch of from Dallas had came. Well, I'm talking about a whole bunch of from Dallas had came. Him, my nigga Monk, my nigga Damon Rowland, a whole bunch of had came. And dude had a look. The dude had a little walk on him. So when we came to the cafeteria, I ain't like them. You ain't like dude. You ain't like how he was walking, how he was looking like he thought he was tough. Yeah, I ain't like dude. Listen, so yeah. My nigga come through there looking like he half-had tough. Yeah, I'm looking at the. Yeah, I ain't like this nigga. So, we gonna try to jump on dude. Yeah. We go try.
Crypto G's at height size.
Yeah. I want to fight dude. Me and my nigga Amp. Me and my nigga Harvey Hughes. Me and Amp looking at them. And Amp from Dallas. Yeah. I get word had got out to my nigga Sky Blue. Shout out to my nigga Mark Lewis. The word had got out to my nigga Sky Blue. He was like a big homie. And he run down on me and Amp during school time. And said, nah, y'all ain't gonna fuck with them niggas. Nah, them my niggas. And then the nigga said, and y'all got them niggas fucked up too. Y'all don't want them problems. Yeah, nigga. yeah. My nigga said, y'all ain't gonna fuck with them niggas. And y'all got them up. Nigga, y'all don't want them. Y'all don't want that nigga. You think you do nothing now. Y'all don't want that. Leave them niggas. Nah, nigga, y'all ain't gonna fuck with them. And my nigga was stern with it. So yeah, we ended up getting cool. Yeah, we ended up becoming brothers.
So if you could describe.
Yeah, when they sent dude to prison, everybody cried. Nigga, we cried when dude. Nigga, dude wasn't supposed to go to prison, homie. My nigga had 28 years. Dude was go get dude was doing good, homie. Yeah, my nigga go get a recommendation to go home. But nigga, a ride had jumped off. I had orchestrated this ride against our little rival gangs. I told him to chill. Nah, dude, you ain't gotta do nothing. Shit, my nigga said, you lying to me. Yeah. I said, nah, dude, you ain't gotta do nothing. Nigga, just chill, nigga. We got this. Shit, my nigga, he jumped it off. So now my nigga wasn't supposed to go to prison, but his loyalty to that gang and what we had, nigga. Shit, my nigga spent almost 19 years on a 28-year sentence, nigga, away from his family for that homeboy. So
if you had to describe Dewberry in just one word, what would it be?
A lawyer. A law.
Facts.
Yeah, nigga talk that loyalty over royalty. Yeah, that's a loyal nigga, homie. And nigga, that's what all the homies go say. Nigga from nigga, that's what all the homies go say. Yeah, my law nigga.
Okay, when you was when you were chosen with the dreads, did you have more run-ins with the law or less?
More. That's why you see a lot of arrest videos. The ones you see now, I kept getting arrested, homie, because I'm fighting them charge, and they with me with this. So that's why I got arrested 2 or 3 times and that shit. But not more with the dreads because I was more front lines. Homie, I was bucking. I was bucking, homie. I'm a police officer's worst nightmare, homie. When I'm playing the character and playing radical. First of all, especially locally, I know the procedure. I know all the shit they know. I was trained by them. So I told Chief Joe Fitzgerald one time, I said, man, I'll expose a cop if he ain't right. Because of what, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, back then I had way more run-ins and being arrested. Because I would do intentionally against the police. Because I was angry, mad at them at the time. So that's how I ended up in that's how I ended up in a mental institution, bucking the police. Yeah, they said I wanted to commit by cop. So that's what's in my file. So my motherfucker pulled my medical file. I said he wants to commit by cop. I was diagnosed as being homicidal and suicidal by ideation and preparation. Yeah, so that's what made me say, this with them gang banging niggas. These white folk playing serious with you, nigga. Yeah, these white folk playing serious, and they'll put this label on you medically, and with the police. So, nigga, anytime I have any run-in with the police, one can't just deal with me based on them putting that in my file.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's jump over to the young Dolphin.
I'm
Memphis.
very kind to the police, nigga. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's get over to this young Dolphin, Memphis. Let's go over here. So, how would you describe your experience visiting Memphis?
I get a lot of love in Memphis. So, I get a lot of love in Memphis. I got invited the day of Dolph's funeral. Mr. Wallace invited me to Sherwood Elementary School to come speak the day of Dolph's funeral. And so I remember after speaking, I was in I was live, but I wasn't showing the kids. I was just talking. And somebody on the live said that they would go come do something to me at the school. Somebody called the school or something, or the teachers or somebody. No, the principal kicked me out the school. Told me I had to go. She didn't know who I was or know what. She didn't care. She got whatever call she got, then she kicked me out the school. Now, the principal, the school teacher flew me in. I stayed at his house. He drove me to school with him that morning. So, nigga, I don't know where to go. So she done kicked me out the school, nigga. I ain't say nothing. I didn't put up no fight. I ain't try to say, hey, man, can I go talk to Mr. Wallace? Nigga, I just left. I didn't want to put him in no kind of position. So, nigga, I just took out walking. When them teachers found out that had happened, nigga, them teachers were leaving out to come try to find me. Nigga, they came to jumping. No, nigga, them teachers was mad. And Harry Evan came back and got me. And Harry Evan, so now when and you know, nigga, I was secretly out $100 bills throughout the school. Only people know that's me and a few teachers. So yeah, nah, homie. Yeah, that's what she had told me. He run around. He secretly that money. Nobody knows. So nah, homie. They Harry Evan came and got me. And so now the city of Memphis. So I done sold out. I sold out Chuckles back to back in one night. 2 shows back to back at Chuckles in Memphis. Went back again, sold out. Shout out to my man Rayford. Nah, homie, Memphis with me.
Mm-hmm. So did you ever feel threatened, or did it feel dangerous in Dolph Lane?
Yeah, it feel dangerous because you see all them young what's out there. You know them young niggas dangerous. But nigga, they embracing you with love because you coming with love for Dolph. Yeah. No. If when you in Memphis, it feels dangerous. Yeah, it got a different kind of look and feel to it. Yeah, it feels dangerous. But yeah, nigga, them young niggas in Dolphin look dangerous and is dangerous, and I know they are. Yeah. Shit, you just move accordingly. Just try not to go too many times. Yeah, they might just be happy today. Next time you come, they might, you might have a bad day.
Well, did you ever get a chance to meet young Dolph in person?
No, never. No, never. Never. No, I wish I could have. And I never really got hip to his music. Yeah, I never really got hip to Dolph music, man, until after he died, man. So yeah, that's one of my biggest regrets.
Okay, so did you get a chance to go to the funeral?
No, I was at the school speaking. Yeah, I was at the school speaking during the funeral. And shout out to Sherwood Elementary School.
Okay, do you have a relationship with Paper Route team today?
Yeah. Shout out to Grove. Yeah, I fuck with Grove.
Okay.
Yeah, I fuck with Grove. Like yeah, my nigga.
Okay, while in Memphis doing your comedy show, were the people engaged? Were they receptive of your performance?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, very much so. Man, them niggas came out for me, man. Yeah, them niggas had them exotic cars. Yeah, now they very engaged. Yeah, they very engaged. And they stand in line and take pictures with it. So yeah, my mind be blowed about that.
As a person who speak out a lot about different stuff that the justice system do, are you going to be engaged in the Yellow Beezy situation with Mo3?
I don't give a about no nigga going to jail. Give a fuck what? Yeah, man. Give a fuck about that nigga going to jail because he done killed Mo3. I ain't finna give my energy and my time and my mind to that bullshit. She ain't gonna make me no money. Yeah, nah, man. Man, shit, man, that nigga. Mo3 too. Yeah, nigga, ain't got time to worry about them. Nigga go to jail. Nigga, I'm out here having fun with hoes, flying here, flying there, buying pretty clothes, eating nice food. Fuck, I'm gonna think about it in there. Man, with misery. Man, nigga, man, I'm gonna think about that. I ain't got time to think about that. I don't give a by man, Brick Baby, man, we got man, them niggas out of sight, out of mind. So I go. Out of sight, out of mind. So them niggas.
So why do you think people, especially those who've made millions of dollars, resort to putting hits on others in today's world?
Because they have a criminal mind. So only way you can do that, you gotta have a criminal mind to do that. Your thoughts is what dictates your actions. Man, your actions come from what shit you think in your mind. So you have to have a criminal mind to be a millionaire with all this money and think that you can put a hit on somebody, homie. And it's just that easy. Or you thinking like the kid with the undeveloped brain. Now, imagine them niggas didn't tell it first on Yellow Beezy. But nigga been 2-3 years, they just been sitting and just been sitting and just been sitting. They ain't got a court date or nothing, man. Feds just got you sitting. They got you sitting. They got you, man, all the bad at some point holler Toby. Whether it's now or later. Some point bad holler Toby. Man, Toby is sick, man. I'm sick of this shit. So man, them niggas hollered. So they went and got him. And you gotta remember, after Mo3 died, Yellow Beezy went to LA with Big U now. L.A. Reid got him out of here. He went to L.A. with Big U now. And he claimed rolling 60. So, shit, there you go.
So do you believe the Fed specifically targeting individuals who boldly talk about gang criminal activities? And why do you think people incriminate themselves in interviews and on social media?
I do not think the Fed is boldly targeting anybody. I think these is making songs and saying, and the Fed is saying, hey, I think they got something to do with my case. Let me see that. And go to looking through paperwork and then go to that. I think that's what's happening. I think they're volunteering information on these podcasts and these platforms and in these songs, thinking they talking in code. The Feds just go translate the code. You know, what kind of language you trying to create? Nigga, they just go translate the code. So, no, man, they ain't targeting nobody. I mean, these niggas, listen, these niggas throwing rocks at the prison system. It's some throwing rocks and, hey, look at me. There's other niggas breaking in. Motherfuckers sitting in jail ain't thinking about you, and you done jumped through the window and broke in. Hey, shooting here. Some of you niggas done broke in jail. That's how you got there. You broke in, and people weren't thinking about you. They wasn't even looking at you. You went and broke in, and now you got to stay. Some niggas throwing rocks at the penitentiary. So that's all that didn't happen. But I keep reminding people, about 10 years ago, all law enforcement agencies made a public service announcement and said, hey, the social media have become the #1 tool in our time for making arrests. Social media have become the #1 tool for law enforcement for making arrests now. So shit, nigga, they ain't got to use undercover officers no more and the sting operation is set up on a nigga. Just watch niggas' social media platform.
So in your opinion, is the rapper/bloggers community in Dallas united or is it more divided?
Divided. They all hate on each other. That's why you don't see them work together. That's why you don't see them work together nor collab together. Yeah, they all divided. And they have probably one of the largest areas of social media influencers and content creators in one city. They probably have the most here.
Yeah.
Yes, and now they all hating on each other.
So when people criticize you or call you a snitch, for things you did as a kid, does it motivate you to stand your ground and show that their opinion don't faze you?
Mm-mm. I don't even give it no thought. You can't bring up shit I did as a kid, and I'm dead. I'm about to be 50 years old. I'm about to be 48. I'm 47. I'm about to be 48. You can't bring up nothing I did as a kid to make me even give you nigga now. Nigga, you looking back when I was 16, nigga, some shit I done in my 20s and my 30s. Nigga, I can't look back at 16. You looking back that far. And so what? I'm a snitch. I came to the internet saying I'm a snitch. Matter of fact, I'm so much of a wannabe. Rat Williams. I will rat on you. I give myself a name. I give myself a slogan. Tell to get out of jail. If you want your pockets to swell, tell. I come up. So how you go look back at 16 when I come out as a grown man and say, hey, y'all, I'm proud motherfucking snitch. I'll put you ass in jail, nigga. I work with the police. I won't go undercover. I come in hollering, I'm making arrests, a citizen's arrest. I work with the FBI like that did to get Fred Hampton. I do that. Give a fuck about you. Nigga, I let Dr. King back out on the balcony. Nigga, you hear what I'm saying? I'm the holler in the back. Get your hands out my pockets to distract everybody so Malcolm can get killed. I'm that today. So how you gonna shame me from when I was a baby boy and didn't know what I was doing? Now I know what I'm doing. I fully understand what a snitch is. I fully understand what an informant is. And I'm saying I don't want to be nothing other than a cooperating for law enforcement. Even if it means lying on to help the police get you. Did you see him do it? Yeah, I seen him. If they need me to point out an innocent man in the lineup, I do it. I'm the nigga they use for that type of shit. So how you gonna shame me, nigga, for that when I was 16? How? So no, nigga, fuck you. Nigga, get your hands out of my pocket. If that wouldn't have done that, them niggas wouldn't have been able to kill Malcolm. So I'm that.
When you first got out, was it 97 or 98?
I got out in 97.
Did your mother sit you down and say, okay, son, look, you're going to need to go straight, do this, this, and this?
No, I went to a halfway house first. So she didn't have to do that home because I didn't come home with the intentions of not going straight.
Okay.
So I went to a halfway house first in San Antonio. So I went to a halfway house first in San Antonio. So you think I came straight home working. So my mama sat me down and tried to give me the credit game in 97, but I wouldn't listen. So I wouldn't listen. So I remember her taking me to meet a credit guy. Cause I was going to go get a new car. I went and got that new motherfucking Camaro. They had just changed the body style of the Camaro back then. So I had went to Vandergrift, got that new motherfucking Camaro with the Yokohama tires on it, and boy, nigga couldn't tell me. And so I worked for a pharmaceutical company. At the time, Eli Lilly, the pharmaceutical was becoming real big. So I worked for a pharmaceutical company that was a contractor for Eli Lilly. So now, nigga, I work for the most part.
When you was doing time, did you ever get a chance to be around any of your co-defendants?
They got tried as adults. I was the youngest, so I stayed in the juvenile system. We was around each other the first. So it happened September 18th. I think I think they had a certification hearing like October the 5th. October the 10th, I think. So October the 10th, they had a certification hearing. So they went to the county from juvenile. So I didn't see them no more from September 18th to October the 10th. They went to the county, so I didn't see them no more.
Okay.
So we was all sitting amongst each other. So nigga, we are so the shooter know we all told. So the shooter was trying to get us to say that it was my other partner. But we didn't know it was a young lady who was with her mother at the mall who saw us, and that's how they identified us. So the shooter was trying to get me to say it was DJ. Because DJ was the first one arrested, and DJ the one told, and then the rest of us, told once we got picked up by the police. So the shooter was trying to get me and Big Torn to say it was DJ. So he was really jealous of DJ. DJ was a tall, yellow nigga. The girls liked him. He worked at Red Lobster. It was his car we was in, so he had just bought him a little old Regal. So Torn was a little short, fat, ugly, black ass nigga. That none of the girls like in school. And he was from Dallas. And he was out of juvenile detention, the boys' home. So the girls really didn't know him, but he sold dope in the projects. You know what I'm saying? So he was hating on DJ. We spent that little time in juvenile together. And then they got certified as adults. So the certification age was 15. I was 14. So, I was sentenced as a juvenile. So my record was sealed at 21 years old, huh? Yeah, my record was sealed at 21. So there's no record of me ever being locked up for murder, no nothing. Just news clippings.
So what's your relationship now with those individuals serving time?
The shooter reached out to me crying about 3-4 years ago. Pleading, asking me to help him get out. But nigga, I ain't got time. I ain't try to help my brother get out.
Yeah. Shout out to K-White. That's my boy.
Yeah, I didn't even try to help my brother get out. Nigga, give a damn about no nigga in a pill tank. So a Big Torn, Big Torn been out for a minute. Big Torn been out probably about 20 years. Lil Torn been in since 91. He got 75. And then DJ got killed by the police. DJ died by the police. I wouldn't say he got killed by the police, but he died running from the police in a high-speed chase, probably about a year after we committed the crime. So he was the only one got out. He got out on bond. Yeah. So he was killed in a high-speed chase from the police. Or he died in a high-speed chase.
So do you think they've learned and get out and become a productive citizen at this point?
Yeah. Let me just say this. I went into an institution, homie, that houses Texas' worst juvenile offenders. So I grew up with kids who killed their mothers and their fathers. I grew up with kids who raped 9-month-old babies. I grew up with kids, homie, who set old women on fire, tortured them, beat them. And I'm saying there's no such thing as a child that's born bad, let alone a child with a cold-blooded heart. All kids can be redeemable, homie. All young people can be repaired and restored back into the right type of human, as well as a law-abiding, productive citizen. So I know many of children who committed murder, many of young men who had murder, many young women who had murders and violent crimes as young people, and grew up to be law-abiding, productive men and women of society with social values, not antisocial, but social values. So yes, I truly believe that motherfucking change and be redeemed.
Okay, let's get into some politics. Do you believe the Democratic Party has a chance to recover, or are they just facing a long-term decline?
DJ The Rock, salute.
They facing a short-term decline. I wouldn't say long-term. They facing a short-term decline. They'll recover after Trump. Yeah, based on the pattern of how presidents are elected, it's always a Republican, Democrat, Republican. So yeah, it'll be so. After Trump, our next president will be a Democratic president.
Okay, so do you think they need to take a new approach, or like focusing on more reality-based, or instead of like the issues like women and LGBT plus rights?
Yeah, I think they should. I think the country is more worried about other things other than that than what they focus on. Yeah.
Okay, do you think you would make a good politician?
Yeah, I do. But I don't want to be one. Cause man, niggas, every now and then niggas like to, buy a little pussy. They can't buy no pussy a politician. Man, they got Trump in trouble for that. Trump paid the bitch a little extra money to be quiet, and he got him for hush. Yeah, man, nah, man, every now and then niggas still like buy some pussy. Turn. No shit, nigga. Just sometimes. Yeah, sometimes, man. So I don't want to forfeit that right. Yeah, I don't want to forfeit that right. Just try to help a bunch of motherfuckers. Just go complain about what I'm doing.
Okay, but would you ever consider running for office, leaving behind a more extreme Charleston White persona?
No, I don't want to be bothered with a bunch of man. This is the best time of my mother life, man. I'm traveling the country. I'm on the ocean, man. I'm in the air, man. This is the best time of my mother, man. I went and picked this motherfucking sweater up yesterday, and I still got the tag on this bitch. I went and picked this motherfucking sweater up, not knowing what the price is. Get to the motherfucking register, and it said $430 for this sweater. I could pay for it and it don't even hurt me. Man, shit. The old me would say, what? Man, put that motherfucker. I'm not paying no $500 motherfucking for men. So, man, I don't want to stop. I don't want this to stop. I don't want this to stop. So I go do what? Go be in the desk. Motherfucker, watch me now. I'm governed by what I do. I'm not governed right now. I'm free to say what, when you're over there, you're not free to say what you want to say. So, I'm a runaway slave right now. I want to keep running. Yeah, I don't want to come back to the plantation.
So do you ever get tired of playing a loud, outspoken version of Charleston White?
No, not yet. I ain't tired yet. yeah. Nah. I ain't.
Corey Moe.